morning. Good morning, everyone. The opening ceremony is about to start in a few minutes. But before we proceed, I have a few housekeeping announcements. In case of a fire, our fire exits are found at the end of this room and outside by the lounge area. Please note that all breaks will be served in the lounge area right outside, and the lunch will be served in the restaurant. I'd also like to invite you, during our breaks, to view our exhibition celebrating Vallon as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and also browse through our 40th anniversary merchandise that has been graciously selected by our sales team, also located in the lounge area. Please note that we are only accepting cashless transactions, and we hope that you find a souvenir to remind you of this very special day. Lastly, may I remind all of you to have your phones on silent for the duration of the symposium. Thank you. May you please rise for the arrival of the President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Weber Wamkalawan. Thank you and good morning again. President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Weber Wamkalawan. Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Ahmed Afif. Chairman of the SIF Board, Honorable Bernard Georges. SIF's Board of Trustees. Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Islands Foundation, Dr. Faraka Fleischer-Dogle. Distinguished guests, all protocol observed, good morning. My name is Koina Julie, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony for today. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today to celebrate Valley de Mai's 40th anniversary as a UNESCO World Heritage Site with a research symposium entitled Preserving Our Past and Inspiring Our Future. We hope to highlight Valley de Mai's life milestones and achievements under the management of SIF since 1989. 40 years ago, the Valley de Mai was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Since then, this extraordinary palm forest has witnessed remarkable milestones in conservation, education, and sustainable tourism. From 2008, research intensified in Valley de Mai to where we now have a research team of 12 individuals dedicated to the long-term monitoring and research in one of the world's smallest UNESCO sites. Today, we will explore the many scientific results that have been used to make conservation successes for SIF and its partners, as well as steps taken towards the sustainable management of the site. But first, let us embark on a poetic journey with Yves Jumaille and explore the beauty of Valley de Mai.
The beauty of the Valley de Mai. Scanning through the trees of the Valley de Mai. Catching a glimpse of a dark gray rare shadow. Though your population is low, you are greatly valued in this meadow. You are not secure in your own home. You are a prey of savage species. Conservationist is fighting for your protection, creating more breeding grounds, educating others, and trying to make a difference. Starting from young to old. Despite the trouble around you, you take it easy, munching the local fruits and seeds. You are simple. You are admired by all from young to old. You are the the Valley de Beau.
Thank you, Eve, for capturing the essence of the Valley de Beau. Without further ado, may I invite the Seychelles Islands Foundation patron, President Weber Wamkalawan, to officially open the Valley de Beau Research Symposium. Mr. President.
Hello? You hear me? A very good morning to all of you assembled here. I didn't expect that many people in this room this morning. In fact, it's the largest gathering that I've ever addressed in this particular room. Your presence obviously marks, denotes the great interest that you have in the Valley de Beau and its protection. I must say, as I listened to the poem, I was taken back to my childhood. As you know, as some of you might know, my father was from Parrot, and I consider myself a Pralinois. I remember the Valley de Beau even before there was a kiosk. As a child, we would just go into the Valley de Beau. We followed the trail and we enjoyed ourselves in the river that gives the waterfall. It was just a place of peace, quietness, and a place for us as children to enjoy ourselves. I would never have thought that I would one day be standing here as the patron of the Seychelles Islands Foundations, talking about the conservation and the future of the Valley de Beau. After those youthful days, I didn't go back to the Valley de Beau. The Valley de Beau was sort of in me. I would drive past the Valley de Beau and respect it. It's only when I had to accompany President Uhuru Kenyatta during his official visit to the Seychelles that I went back to the Valley de Beau. The magic was still there. The beauty of the place was still there. The peacefulness. And I somehow said to myself, next time I have an important speech to deliver, like the State of the Nation or some other speech, I will have to go back to the Valley de Beau to savor the inspiration of the Coco de Mer, the inspiration of our endemic palms, the inspiration coming from the black parrot. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are here because in December we celebrate 40 years since the Valley de Beau's inscription on the prestigious UNESCO World Heritage List. And what this did was to elevate our ancient palm forest on the tiny island of Parrot into a site globally recognized and deserving the highest level of protection and engagement. as the patron of the SIF, which is responsible for the management of this important site since 1989, allow me first of all to take this moment to recognize the Vallon de Mai team. They are the ones who keep this garden in the state that it is today. And many a time I have stopped by to say hi and to say thank you for all that you do. And here I think of the rangers who are facing an enormous task in fighting off poachers. I think of the researchers, the field workers, the sales team, the security, housekeeping, admin staff, and management. All of you have played a necessary part in preserving the outstanding universal value of the Vallon de Mai over 4 decades, and I'm sure your commitment will go on for many decades to come. Of course, when we think of the Vallon de Mai, at 19.5 hectares, it is among the world's smallest UNESCO sites. The palm forest on the island of Parrot, one of the oldest granitic islands in the world, means that the history of this special place spans over millennia. And despite the constant development of our country, the Vallon de Mai retains its prehistoric tales and character. You don't even have to go into the Vallon de Mai to get the feel of this beautiful garden. As you drive past, to see nature left in its natural state already brings the inspiration. But of course, the Vallon de Mai is home to the iconic Coco de Mai palm, an endangered flagship species of significant importance, holding the world record for the largest seed in the plant kingdom. In addition, the Vallon de Mai is critical for the Seychelles national bird, the black parrot. And of course, it has an extraordinary level of endemism, including the 6 endemic palms and other biodiversity seen nowhere else on Earth. Consequently, the Vallon de Mai offers opportunities for scientific study, as well as aesthetic value that surprises all our visitors, even those who are not aware of its ecological value to our world. In commemorating this 40th anniversary, we do more than celebrate this place. We celebrate our commitment as a country to the ideals of conservation and sharing our natural heritage universally. The Vallon de Mai is not just a Seychelles treasure. It is a global treasure, a gift to humanity, and a testament to the power of the shared commitment in the best interest of preserving nature. As we gather here today, we must also reflect on the immense challenges we face. Climate change, manifested, for instance, in an increased risk of forest fires for the Vallon de Mai. Biodiversity loss and the poaching of our treasured Coco de Mai nuts and other rare species on the island of Parrot. And all this threatens our cherished natural wonder. I believe we stand at a critical crossroad where our actions and our shared commitment will be put to the test. And indeed, it will determine the fate of places like the Vallon de Mai. COP28 in a month's time, where the whole world will be reflecting on our planet, the 1.5 commitment, and all the other commitments that have been repeated year after year. COP28 will be a moment of great importance for the whole planet. The responsibility to protect and preserve natural heritage has never been more significant than now. And this is not the shared responsibility for the Seychelles Islands Foundation alone, but for each one of us, all of us together. This anniversary will highlight the importance of the Vallon de Mai for conservation purposes, but hopefully also engage and reconnect our people to nurture passion for our natural heritage. Unfortunately, today, many Seychellois, even Pralinois, still have not visited the Vallon de Mai once in their lifetime. And here I wish to urge all Seychellois, especially the Pralinois, to know the treasure that they have on their island. And maybe this will help them to understand the role of the Vallon de Mai, not only as far as nature is concerned, but also the role that Vallon de Mai plays in maintaining the second world heritage of our country, which is Aldabra. Then only will they understand the balance and how Vallon de Mai and Aldabra are but one as we continue to preserve our environment. So I want all the schools on Prala to organize visits to the Vallon de Mai. And it's only when this happens that the children, similar to our young Jumai, his name Eve, then they will also be writing poems. But not only writing poems, but they will also be speaking to their parents or their cousins or whoever who are involved in poaching at the Vallon de Mai to stop these illegal activities. And for me, the saddest part was when a Coco de Mai tree was actually cut down in order to get the fruit. The guy who did this destroyed over 500, could have been over 500 years of history. And we cannot allow such things to continue. And here I would like also to express my heartfelt congratulations to the Seychelles Islands Foundations for the commitment and engagement so that we can celebrate 40 years of UNESCO World Heritage status of the Vallon de Mai. This is no easy feat. But of course, before the SIF took over the management of the Vallon de Mai, there were other people. And when I look in this hall, I know some of you who have been involved from day one. And of course, my good friend, Doctor, who sits right here. Maybe he's the one who knows the Vallon de Mai the most. He knows every single Coco de Mai tree. He knows every single nest of the black parrot. He knows where the geckos are and where exactly we go for the snails and how to discover them. Thank you very much, Doctor, and may we applaud Doctor, please. And so, all of you who are in this room, whether you are a partner, a stakeholder, a supporter, a sponsor, on behalf of the Seychelles government, on behalf of the people of Seychelles, I want to say thank you very much for all that you do. My fellow Seychellois, the Vallée de Mai needs each one of us. And our country, the world, needs the Vallée de Mai. I want to thank you for holding this special garden close to your hearts. Mais avant de terminer, moi envie encore une fois mettre l'emphase là pour moi dire avec tous nous Seychellois. Ça jardin là qui chaque fois nous passe au bord nous avons tous un visiteur qui peut rentrer pour visiter, un visiteur qui a envie d'apprécier ça qui c'est en a. Faudrait qu'il nous préserve li. Faudrait qu'il vienne partie nous-mêmes comme un individu. Au lieu qu'il nous rentre dans une activité qui pour détruire, on nous décourage, nous ban du monde qui nous connaît, qui peut faire sa bonne activité illégale. Quoi qu'ils autres peuvent rentrer dans la vallée de mai pour autres vol coco de mer, ou bien même pour autres vol les autres espèces qui aident pour faire sa coco de mer, faire utiliser. On nous décourage sa bonne activité pareille. Et on nous prend les comment pour nous. Et alors, c'est on va prendre sa jardin comment nous jardin. Nous va capable de montrer plus grand l'intérêt. Je connais qui vous dit qu'il y a aussi un programme, l'État nous permet une conservation ou coco de mer pour nous proposer plus. Je connais qu'il y a un programme pour nous planter plus pieds coco de mer. Et là, mon vie dire avec les autres qui, même State House, aujourd'hui, pendant ça 3 ans, avant ça, j'ai dit coco de mer, pas qu'on est côté aller. Mais aujourd'hui, mon besoin des autres qui, ça coco de mer qui gagne produit dans un State House, nous autres aujourd'hui. Et nous pouvons aussi, on a nos propres programmes pour nous planter ben coco de mer, pour nous faire les jardins beaucoup plus, avec plus coco de mer. Et l'année passée, nous y plantons 4. Et on vous a dit que nous sommes vraiment fiers qu'il y en a 3 qui ne finissent jamais, qui ne finissent pas la terre. Premier, c'est un plivier. Il est en train de passer sa semaine, moi, qui vous dit premier feuille, il peut actuellement, elle commence ouvert. Moi aussi, tout le monde profité, mon plante un pied coco de mer dans la cour. Et mon besoin dit que mon vraiment fier, il est un noir qui ne finit pas la terre. Alors aussi montrer qu'il vous dit, il y en a, comme si ça l'encouragement, nous besoin d'un plus encore. Et là, moi, je suis content aussi que nos bons enfants, ils montrent un plus grand intérêt avec non seulement Vallée de Mai, mais aussi un à l'esprit conservation. Mais mon pas pour terminer sans dire qu'aujourd'hui, moi vraiment fier, est à mon visite soit Vallée de Mai ou bien Aldabra, l'état mon roi la quantité zen Seychellois qui participent et qui intéressés dans la conservation. Et vraiment tous moi les temps, par exemple dernière fois les temps de Aldabra, pour voir sa bonne zen qui tous les soirs peut masser le lance pour autres regarder combien marques tortilles qui montent, combien qui redescendent pour faire recensement toi ben tiomicho ou bien ben les autres oiseaux ainsi de suite. Tout ça là la jeunesse seychelloise peut donner le monde l'espoir. Et mon vie dire avec autres qu'ils pour continuer à gagner tous nos supports. Le Vallée de Mai, l'état motivé visiter. On est vraiment content pour voir un design qui t'a pu faire recherche, le carton noir. Et tout l'instrument pour débouter en bas et pour filer, et pour voir à travers un petit la glace combien d'oiseaux il y en a qui naissent. Et alors, la jeunesse seychelloise, moi, je dis merci beaucoup. Et pareil, nous connaissons qui vous dit, il y a aussi beaucoup de zen étrangers qui viennent Seychelles pour faire l'étude et pour donner nos coups de main. Alors, continuer la jeunesse, et nous avons, et SAF, nous connaît pour continuer dans notre encouragement. Nous avons toutes bonnes possibilités et nous aussi, nous avons donné surtout à l'encouragement. Et bien si, pour tous nos bonnes visiteurs, nous tout le temps, ça respect, ça courtoisie pour ces bonnes visiteurs qui donnent nous tout l'encouragement. Et moi, ça va content terminer par dire avec tous ces lois. Parfois, il y a un bon programme qui besoin de faire et un bon programme qui coûte beaucoup d'argent. À nous écouter pour nous regarder quoi qui est un bon programme pour mener. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, les temps SAF, puis elle lance sa programme pour tous les rats, XAT, l'Oal d'Abra. On n'a pas essayé à cause de pégat l'argent, les temps nous nomme millions de dollars, millions d'euros. On n'a pas dit, ben ça l'argent, pour faire la case, pour faire l'école, pour faire ici, pour faire là-bas. On imagine qui peut dire, il y en a une raison d'être et qui, si nous sommes capables de détruire tout les rats et ban sad l'Oal d'Abra, sa biodiversité qui nous en a, il peut venir beaucoup plus riche encore. Et qui ça dans les mêmes lits, il peut mener un peu plus l'argent dans l'économie sociale. Et nos contributions vis-à-vis le monde, il y a aussi une qui est beaucoup plus sérieux, qui est beaucoup plus concrète. Et nous pas vaser comme une nation qui causait, qui a fait grand discours, mais petit qui nous était, nous va pas montrer nos façons qui nous sérieux et la façon qui nous intéressait pour nous voir qui sa seule planète qui nous en a. Il gagne conservé pour nos générations, pour les générations demain et pour les générations qui peuvent venir à l'avenir. Les moines confient nous son trésor. Alors nous, à nous protéger. Again, I want to wish all of you a successful symposium today. I wish I could stay with you the whole day. I've gone through the program and I know I would leave Savoy Hotel a more educated person, a more knowledgeable person. But I will keep a close eye on all that is presented here. So all the very best. Have fun, enjoy, dream, and also help us to accomplish great things in the field of conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your very kind words, providing your support, and identifying the commitment of SIF to advance science in the Valley de Mai. Ladies and gentlemen, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is worth 10,000 moving pictures. I now welcome all of you to watch our 40th anniversary commemorative video. hope you all enjoyed the amazing video produced and sponsored by Remo Claris, showcasing the biodiversity of Vallon, the importance of the ongoing scientific work, and its relevance to current global challenges, biodiversity, and climate change. Thank you, Mr. Claris, for visualizing why the Vallon is not only a national treasure, but a global biodiversity hotspot. Of course, we cannot start the symposium without introducing you all to the faces behind our success, the Parrot research team. Dear audience, please enjoy this video entitled A Day in the Life of the Research Team.
Ever wondered what a day with the research team looks like? Here's how we go.
One aspirator and it's on a trunk.
Every day is a new experience here in the Vallon research team. We conduct various surveys where we help to protect and monitor different projects to help to protect Vallon from invasive flora and fauna.
Personally, I joined the research team because I love working in nature and conducting different monitoring programs, for example, the ant activity transects.
I also joined the research team because I love working with nature, and I really love working with these parrots because they're fascinating. Sometimes I get to hang out in trees all day.
But we also spend time here in the research office, capturing data, making sense of the data, also doing reporting. We also do our weekly research meetings.
There have been greater learning opportunities. Shannon and I were currently doing our studies. We were both awarded with the Davis Scholarship.
This means that half of the time we are on the field and half of the time currently doing our studies at UNICEF under the BSc Environmental Studies course.
Difficulté que nous pouvons face avec, ben challenge par exemple pour nous sauter ben gros, après aussi tout glisser et tous les beaux matins qu'à soir on peut faire même qualité procédé et nous faire à cause nous quand dans la nature après il forme pas conservation et il aide Cécile en entier.
Another challenge that we face is finding mousonnes in the forest. We often get stung. It's not always fun, but we have to go on with the work.
And don't be fooled. I may be small, but I can keep up with the guys.
Despite challenges faced, there are also great experiences and highlights derived from fieldwork.
Pour moi, depuis là, mon travail là, comme c'est moi l'expérience qui m'a gagné. Pour moi, l'état moi d'abord pour moi voir bonne size of the bronze gecko. Comme les autres size, les autres carvings, c'est vraiment impressionnant beaucoup.
Working here in the research team, part of the highlights of my day is to spot nearby geckos.
Je suis content pour un lot endémique dans Valley Blé. Après, je suis content on commence à prendre un black parrot pour ring, après pour call.
Mon expérience mon expérience c'est mon travail avec ma recherche. Mon expérience par une espèce coupa, par une sinistre, les mas danser pour mal au feu, vivre au feu, danser quand tout sleep.
Les moi bonsai gecko la lang menani, exit mo comme si mo kata chipotre. Me do social media and e good to watch me pe comment, pe like and ça fait ouais. Yes, puis mon pour faire.
So we're more than just a team who collects data and deal with data. We work for nature. Everything we do is about nature. We protect the environment. For example, working with the black parrot, Seychelles national bird, and we're working to protect them.
Nous aussi dans Commemorative, nous aidons pour contrôler ban plan envahissant dans les réserves et aussi par YCS pour l'IT.
Well, I hope you're all feeling as inspired as I am. Once again, thank you very much to the Planet Research team. Without you, none of this would be possible. I now welcome our very first speaker of the day, Dr. Annabelle Constance. Her very first research looked at the life cycle of the Coco de Mer and analyzed endless growth data. Following on, she explored the mangroves of Aldabra, and her background also includes mangrove ecology, remote sensing, and coastal vegetation dynamics. Dr. Constance started working with SIF 12 years ago on a European Union-funded project addressing the problems of invasive species in World Heritage Sites, Aldabra and Valley de Mai. Today, she is the Seychelles Islands Foundation Science Coordinator, overseeing research and monitoring across all 3 sites managed by the foundation.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all. I am truly honored today to stand before you and share a little presentation that is meant to take you through, hopefully, an incredible journey through time inside a living laboratory. The Valley de Mai Nature Reserve is, as shown on the map, it's found on Parrot, our second most populated island, and it is part of the bigger Parrot National Park that is shown in yellow. So Valley de Mai is only the part in red. And the reason why we are so hugely gathered today is to celebrate the inscription that occurred in 1983, where the Valley de Mai attained UNESCO World Heritage status. Just to say that the Valley de Mai was locally already protected by then. So a little bit of context. The nearly 20 hectares of palm forest, it was acquired from a private owner in 1948 by the government, recognizing the ecological importance of the area. By 1966, it had its first legal protection under the Wild Animals and Bird Protection Act. And in 1979, the yellow area surrounding the Valley de Mai, the Parrot National Park, was designated. And for the ecologists of the room, you will appreciate that that provides a buffer of protection around the Valley de Mai. By 1989, SIF was mandated with the management of the Valley de Mai, and the mandate was to conserve the natural life in Valley de Mai and instigate scientific research for its protection. And I bet a lot of you is asking now, and maybe you appreciated this through the patron speech this morning and also through the videos, what exactly that ticks for the world when it concerning the Vallée de Mai, what are the values that makes it so important? Because there's a lot of places out there that are indeed beautiful. To put this into context, we need to go way back. And while I was reading up on the criteria that made it that the Vallée de Mai could be inscribed on the list, there was one that really brought back sentiments of the first time that I visited the valley. And this one is reflected very nicely in this quote, saying that the property is preserved as something resembling its primeval state, comparable with the living laboratory. But what are these big words? What do we mean by primeval state? What is that? Why is this important? Well, in fact, if you go to the valley, you have a feeling of looking through a window into the past. It's like everything stood still since a long time. But how long ago? What is the time scale we're talking about? Well, we need to go back 250 million years ago, ladies and gentlemen. This is how significant this piece of forest is. And also for us to realize that the Seychelles Islands, we were not always islands. In fact, we were part of a supercontinent. Pangaea it was called at that time. And if you notice through the next following slides, the red dot will show you the location of Seychelles in the supercontinent. By 200 million years ago, Pangaea had split. We had the northern part, that is Laurasia, and the southern part, Gondwana. This is what interests us most. It's where the Seychelles was located, very close to Africa, Madagascar, and India as well. In terms of the species that were there, we had cycads, we had tree ferns, we had ammomites in the sea, and we also had dinosaurs on land. 170 million years ago, the Seychelles, together with Madagascar, they started to move a little bit east and south. Eventually, there would be a rift that occurs where Gondwana would split into a west fragment and an east fragment. The Seychelles is now officially separated from Africa. And because of this, it is hypothesized that the movement of species from Africa with the Seychelles was then quite limited. And this has significant evolutionary implications for the species that are found on our tiny islands. It means like much of the species that we have here, they are more similar to species found in India, East Asia, and even Australia, as opposed to Africa. A good example of this is our very own pitcher plant, whose distribution and the distribution of its cousins, if you will, so related species, is in Asia. But the most important and the most dramatic moment for the evolutionary history of the Seychelles, including the Vallée de Mai and the Granitic Islands, started 70 million years ago, when Seychelles completely separated from Madagascar and India and started floating towards its current position. This was during the late Cretaceous period. What followed was what I call a 70 million year long experiment. All the species that were there on this fragment, they then had time to evolve under a new climate, under new conditions, without any predators, with sort of different circumstances. And this gave rise to a fantastic, but really fantastic, and I don't just say this because I'm an ecologist, a fantastic number of endemic species on our own islands. So something that we like to say is that Seychelles, because we often like to compare, unlike Hawaii or Galapagos, very famous islands, we are the only granitic islands on Earth, and we are the oldest islands that exist. What does this mean in terms of Vallée de Mai, taking us back to Parrot and our UNESCO site? It meant that special species like the Coco de Mer, they could evolve under a different set of circumstances. And there were many syndromes, as we call it, that followed this sort of breakaway, this isolation. Here, as in the case of Coco de Mer, and this is work that's been extensively researched by Professor Peter Edwards, Professor Carl Fleischmann, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, and others, they showed that a lot of what we hypothesize about why the Coco de Mer is such a giant has a lot to do with its geographical isolation. One hypothesis is that because there were no more dispersal of the seed, so once the isolation occurred, we didn't have the animals to disperse the seeds, so it didn't need to have a lot of seeds because they would just fall under the tree. So instead of having more seeds, they had bigger seeds, and then they really invested a lot into these seeds because these were low light conditions. And if you didn't shoot for the sky, you really didn't make it. So evolving bigger seeds and also much bigger leaves than the tribe from which the Coco de Mer was derived from. And because I cannot talk about all the syndromes that occurred from this isolation, I will talk about another one that is the most important, maybe, is that islands like the Seychelles, especially the Vallée de Mai, because of its protection status, have a higher level of endemism. It's like if this Coco de Mer would say, I am unique, then all the other palms would say, me too, me too. And then you have the bronze-eyed gecko that is like, listen, we really need to finish this conversation because the workshop needs to go on. So in Seychelles, about every 5th indigenous plant is endemic. And to put a number on this, researchers from the Geobotanical Institute in Zurich in 1998, they did research in the Vallée de Mai, and they found that compared to all the areas they had sampled, the endemism was really high, and meaning it had a very high conservation value. You've seen through this timeline now, that there's been several research, mostly about the vegetation, because this is the baseline, really. And a lot of research occurred from the 1980s to the 2000s by opportunistic researchers, collaborators, many of whom are present today, and for that we are very thankful. By 2008, research intensified in the Vallée de Mai. At the very beginning, and to no surprise, we started monitoring plants in 2008. So we monitored the cycle, their phenological cycles, which means their average fruiting and flowering over the course of 1 year, for instance, and we do that every 2 weeks. We monitor species that are important for other animals, but also to have a baseline because we didn't know so much about our own endemics and our own native species. And this information can then be linked to rainfall, can then be linked to black parrot. If we know black parrot feeds on this certain palm and we know when they are flowering and in what abundance, then we can sort of predict if there's a delay in the rain, what will happen to the black parrot activities. So it's all really connected. And I don't want to go into too much jargon, so we move on to the next one, the Seychelles black parrot. Or is it? I see a lot of eyes wondering whether this is the Seychelles black parrot. So historically, many experts, they thought that the parrot that we have on Parrot, our national bird, that this was a local form of a species that is common in Madagascar and Comoros. Of course, the Paulina will tell you that this is not really a black parrot. This is the Vasa parrot. Our black parrot that we have been researching in 2006, and thanks to the advent in genetic testing and DNA technology, by 2014, we were able to show that the Seychelles black parrot is a distinct species. It's found only in the Seychelles. And what that meant was the species was listed as vulnerable on the IUCN Red List. So the significance of this listing cannot be overstated because it changed from list concern, which means the animal is not threatened to extinction, to vulnerable. That means the animal is higher up the scale, the extinction risk is higher. And by doing that, we allow for more resources to be funneled into researching the species, but also in communicating the importance that we protect what we have, because this is the last population on Earth of this bird. So again, the full circle of why research informs conservation, and also the other way around. I will unfortunately not have time to go through all the achievements during the past 40 years, and we have a banner outside that I invite you to consult and to see. But now that we've seen a bit the achievements, I wanted to also highlight the who behind these achievements. Since 2007, SIF has made several changes to the science decision-making process that is in part responsible for an intensification of research activities in the Vallée des Mets. In 2007, the new CEO of SIF was appointed, and she held a PhD degree with research on none other than the Coco de Mer. By 2008, I recruited a science coordinator with a lot of experience on island conservation and management that set up a rigorous and intensive monitoring program for us to know exactly more about the species that surround us. Together with the site manager, who also had an experience, who had a scientific background, they could make a lot of the decisions and guide sort of the research to take place in the valley. 2010, we had Miss Wilna Akush, Science Program Officer. She was based on Mahé, but she supported the team directly, the rangers in the Vallée des Mets. In 2015, Pralinois Vicky Atanas became our first science coordinator. She was based on the field, and she led the research in the Vallée des Mets. Generally, from 2010 to 2023, SIF has been boosting, but really boosting its in-house capacity by hiring more bachelor, master, and PhD graduates as staff and volunteers. In terms of numbers, because we all like that, research that has taken place in the Vallée des Mets at the PhD level, there's been 5 in total, 1 Seychellois, our CEO. Master's level, we have 3 research, 2 Seychellois. One of them is our sales and marketing coordinator, where she researched the local perception of the community on the management of the Vallée des Mets. We have 8 bachelor studies to take place in the Vallée des Mets. Half of them have been done by Seychellois. And part of this is because SIF has a David Stoddard Scholarship where SIF staff is at Anchorage to study at the environmental science course at UNICE, and many of them have returned to their original place to do the research. We, of course, also supported a lot of international research collaborations, 14 at least, and published numerous papers. Our research team today looks like this. You have seen a preview already, but just to reiterate, it's the biggest team we've had since the beginning of sort of the conservation in Valley. 13 staff, that's really a lot. And they really experience, we have also included in the team 4 members that used to work in Forfait Dinner. So they have experience beyond just the Vallée des Mers. They really have experience. I can say it's the Pralin research team, but maybe I don't call it that. And they also this year, for instance, started the Coco de Mer census that you're going to hear all about in an upcoming presentation. But they didn't do it alone. The research team is assisted by the field workers and the security and other members of the team on Parrot. Here is the first coring. So they're taking sediment cores that they hope will guide us and show us what existed there until the late Cretaceous. So if you remember, it's when the Seychelles started to drift away from everything else. And this work was facilitated thanks to the field workers. But of course, we are not doing it together. I think Eve this morning said conservationists are fighting for your protection. I second that and say that Pralinois and Seychelles are fighting for the protection of Vallée des Mers. So for the local communities and everyone, they've all been instrumental in not only the research, but in communicating the importance of this site to the world. Beyond the past 40 years of research, what are we planning next? So today, the Vallée des Mers is the is the most visited site in the Seychelles, the most visited natural site in the Seychelles. And while we've done a lot to be able to understand the science and the species and the plants, we haven't really looked at the effects and the impacts that such numbers and such number of visitors are having to the site. So the first thing would be to really understand and manage the visitors coming to the site. We also have key knowledge gaps, so layering the different ecosystem, the different species and the plants in the ecosystem. So this is another research gap that we hope to address. And to do that, we hope to prioritize using a strategy that outlines our priorities, because there's an ever increasing demand for research in the Vallée des Mers. And we also hope to extend a lot of our routine monitoring to Font Pépé and Forfait Dinner site. To end, I would like to thank you all for coming. I kid you not, this was the most difficult slide to put together because it's in fact the most important. And as much as I tried, I think it's not enough it doesn't do justice of all the people who's been involved into the research and the conservation of Vallée des Mers. So thank you all. Thank you to the Seychelles, and thank you to the world for all that you do for the protection of this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Constance, for an excellent presentation. We have now reached the end of our first session, but we will have a short 15-minute break. There will also be a short photo session. So may I please invite President Wamkalawan, Vice President Afif, SIF's Board of Trustees, and all participants of the symposium, a photo session, followed by a session exclusive for the trustees and SIF staff. May I please have our 2 ushers guide you to the photo location. Thank you. So could we please have all guests escort their way out, followed by the distinguished guests here at the front. So I repeat, please have all the guests that are at the back. Please find your way to the lounge area before our Board of Trustees find their way to the photo area.
podium numéro 1. Podium, ça podium ça, hein. Après, on perd le micro là-bas. Si mon Marcos, ben, on a fait la table, hein. Ok, mon pari pour tester le premier. Andy. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ça numéro 1, premier. C'est la lumière. Next one, ça. Ça, numéro 3, la table. Ça, un numéro 4 de la table. Exposant 5 micros là. On finit avec le numéro 4. Et 3, 4, 5. Premier. Deuxième. Montagne, ça une première. Deuxième. Montagne, deuxième. La mode troisième. Ça une qui là, stand by, quatrième. Ok. So, on met qui fait Syrie non aussi. Thank you. Ok, correct.
Good morning again. Welcome back to our first session. And today, now we'll be having 3 speakers who have conducted research on the Coco de Mer. May I invite to the panel table Professor Peter Edwards, Joshua Maya, and Dr. Emma Morgan. So our first speaker for this session is Professor Peter Edwards. And Professor Edwards has been studying plant ecology of Seychelles since 1998, where he and Karl Fleischmann established a research collaboration between ETH Zurich and Seychelles. The main focus of his research has been the ecology of the Coco de Mer, of which he has published several papers. Professor?
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really such a thrill to be here. I've been coming for 25 years, and it is so exciting and so impressive to see how our knowledge of the Coco de Mer and the Vallée de Mai has increased leaps and bounds over that period. When the Coco de Mer was very first discovered in the mid-1800s, and ever since, people have been asking the question, how long does it live? They thought maybe it was a very long-lived tree, but how old? And there are all kinds of wild speculations in the literature, from a few hundred years to 800 years to over 1,000 years. But none of these, or almost none of these, were based on any kind of data or evidence at all. And in 2009, the SIF decided that they really needed some good data about how fast the trees grow and how long they live for as a basis for management. So enough of speculation, it was time to collect some data. And what I'm going to describe is a few results from a monitoring program that SIF began in 2009. It was a big team project. Many, many people contributed. All the hard work, by the way, was done by people other than myself. I had the pleasure to analyze the data and write it up. But all the real hard work of collecting the data were by other people. And these are the co-authors of the paper, which is currently being considered for publication. And the method we used was based upon how many leaf scars are produced by a tree. Because it so happens that palms produce leaves rather regularly. And if you know the time between leaf scars, and you know how many leaf scars there are, you can make a rough guess of the age of a tree. So that was the method. And it was really a big monitoring project. We divided the trees into 5 groups. There were seedlings, small plants with up to 3 leaves, juveniles, which are the plants with their leaves coming up from the ground, immature plants, which are beginning to produce a trunk, but still have not yet flowered. We don't know whether they're male or female yet. And then mature trees, which can, of course, be either females or they can be males. And because the tree grows so slowly, this was a long-term project, a major undertaking by SIF. We did the work for 8 years. Over 1,200 leaves were marked. Maybe it doesn't sound very much, but remember that each time you have to go up a ladder and find the leaf and measure it. And we recorded, we found a bayonet, which was just emerging, made a mark on it, came back 3 months later and said, how far has the mark moved as the leaf pushes out? So that was the basic method. And it was possible to collect data for both the Vallée de Mai and Curieuse, but I'm only going to talk about the Vallée de Mai. And the first result I'll show you is Yes, indeed, Coco de Mer leaves grow very slowly. This is the time taken for the leaves to emerge. So along the x-axis, we have the time in years, and on the y-axis, we have the length of the leaves. And what you can see is that the male and female, that's the M and F, they grow fairly fast. It takes about 2 years, just over 2 years, for a leaf to push out to reach its full size. The immature trees, that's the I, they take rather longer, takes more like 3 years for the leaf to push out. And of course, the immature leaves are much longer because they have these great long petioles. And then the juveniles, that's the J, they take much longer. It takes 6 years on average. By the way, these are just examples. These are just leaves that I chose. But 6 years in this case for, oh, thank you. It takes 6 years for the leaf to expand, and very similarly for the seedling leaves, the S. So they grow slowly. And they also live for a long time. And this is our estimates of how long the leaves live for. And you can see that the seedlings, that's the S, a seedling leaf lives about 12 years on average. There's a lot of variation, some much shorter, others longer. The juvenile leaves, those are down in the shades, they're growing very slowly, an amazing average of 26 years for a single leaf, the lifespan of a single leaf. Some of them were over 40. So growing very, very slowly in the shade. Then, of course, the leaf is pushing up onto the canopy, gets more light, it can grow faster, and there the leaves are about 10 years, perhaps, on average. And then it settles down. The tree is now up in the light. And then a kind of regular pattern sets in. And both the male and the female trees don't differ, really. And they produce about 1 leaf every 6 months. So you can say, very roughly, they make 2 leaves a year. And so, sorry, I've said the wrong thing. The male and the female, those leaves live for about 5 years, which, by the way, is longer than recorded for any other forest palm anywhere in the world. So these trees are growing very slowly. Thank you. And this is the most important graph as far as our method is concerned, because what we show here is how the interval between one leaf and the next. And remember, that's the way for aging the trees. If you know that a leaf is produced every 6 months, and if the tree is going to produce 3 leaves, then then you can estimate an age of 18 months, for example. So we have the seedling leaves, an interval of over 4 years between the leaves, and then it gets faster. In the juvenile plants, about every 2 years or so, a new leaf is produced. In the immature, it's about every year, and then it settles down to about every 6 months, or 2 leaves per year. And that's the basis for aging. So that if in a seedling stage, as I said, you've got 3 leaves, and they're produced every 4 years, then you can say the seedling stage lasts for 12 years. And if you have 12 leaves in the juvenile phase, and they're produced at just 1 leaf every 2.5 years, you can say the juvenile phase lasts for 30 years. So that's the method. And from that, we can estimate very roughly the age of the trees. But it would be nice if we could estimate the age of the trees from their height, because, of course, counting the leaf scars on a very tall tree is not easy. It's much easier to measure the height. And if we measure the height, can we estimate how old the trees are from its height? Question then is, how much increase in height is there for every leaf? And at first, when I started, I thought it was just even, that the trees grew up regularly, making about 12 centimeters of height increase with every leaf. But then we made some measurements, and it turned out that was not the case at all. When the trees are quite small, they produce perhaps 6 centimeters of trunk per leaf. Then they're a bit bigger, and they produce maybe 15 centimeters of trunk per leaf. And then, as they get much taller, the increment per leaf goes right down. So it goes down ultimately to about 3 centimeters or 2.75 centimeters, just a little bit like that. And you can see that change in the trunk. If you look on the left-hand side, you've got a bit of trunk which is fairly low down, and it's growing fast, and it's making about so much height per leaf. And then in the middle, it's not so clear, the leaf scars, but it's higher up, and it's making maybe 6 centimeters per leaf. And then right up at the top, you can see on the right-hand side, the trunk looks completely different. It's making perhaps 2.5, 2.75 centimeters per leaf. And so there's a very clear pattern, and you have to take that into account, again, if you want to estimate the age of the trunks. And so you can use that as a basis for estimating the age of the trees. That's the good news. The bad news is that there's an enormous amount of variation. And in this diagram, you can see it. The central line, the central red line, is the middle value, the median value. And you can see that in seedlings, a seedling grows stage as a middle value takes about 12 years. And then you get to the juvenile phase, and the end of the juvenile phase, when the trunk is appearing, is at about 43 years. And then the immature phase, when it's produced a trunk and it begins to flower, the end of the immature phase is at, on average, 77 years. But do be aware that it could be much less, it could be as little as 40 years, and it could be as much as 220 years. So the bad news is, from a single tree, you simply cannot say accurately how old it is. You can say on average how old it is, but you can't say accurately. A mature tree at 8 meters is about 107 years. The tallest tree that we measured in the Vallée de Mai, 28.4 meters, would have been 442 years old by our method. And, ladies and gentlemen, the tallest tree ever recorded on Parrot was 56.7 meters high, recorded, I think, in about 1860. And by our method, that would have been about 950 years. There were a few very, very tall trees, but they've disappeared. So we have a rough method for aging. And the other thing which that rough method allows us to do is to get a window into the age, into the history of the population. What can we infer about what's happened in the past? And here I'm thankful to Emma Morgan, who collected a lot of data, very accurate data, on the height of male trees. And what we see here is that data converted into our estimate of age. And I'd ask you to ignore everything to the left of the black dotted line, because she was looking at male trees and she ignored trees where you didn't know if they were male or female. Just the trees to the right. And two things I want you to notice. One is that some of the trees live a very long time. There are a few trees, there's one goes back to about 1590. That was the big tree, 28.4 meters. And there are a few trees which obviously predate the settlement of Parrot in the mid-1700s. And then after that, obviously, you get more trees the younger they are. The second thing I want you to notice is that even then, there's very uneven. There were years in the 1800s when there seemed to be a lot of trees germinated, and then that was followed by a big drop and then a gradual increase again. And one possibility is that that was disturbance of some kind, fire perhaps. So you get a little window into the history of the forest. And one of the interesting things that we also notice is the trees were growing differently. On the left picture, you'll see a young tree in the Vallée de Mai now, and you'll see that the space between the scars is very large. So the tree was growing up very fast. And what we learn is that the trees do that when they're in the shade. Basically, the first priority to make a big seed is to get up into the light. And if it's growing in the shade, it can't do that. So the tree is growing up as fast as it can, and there's a big increment. There's another tree of the same height section, and you can see that the rings of the leaves scars were very close together. On the left, I think it's about 17 scars you can see. On the right, it's about 52. So there's another tree, and what we can infer from that is that that tree in the Vallée de Mai was growing in very open conditions. And I'd love to show you another graph, which has just mysteriously disappeared from my PowerPoint presentation, which would have shown that as data. And it would show that the young trees in the Vallée de Mai have a large height increment, and that the old trees, going back to about 1910, have a very short height increment. So, in other words, in 1910, the forest was very open, and now it is closed. That's what it's showing. And we know that also from historical records. Now, 2 other points. We looked at 4 other sites for there, and here are the same data for Font Pépère, Font Ferdinand, and for Curieux. And what you see is that the Vallée de Mai has clearly got the oldest trees. It's the only site with trees which go back before the time of settlement. Curieux showed very good regeneration in the 19th century, and that's historically recorded. But then, evidently, at some stage in the 19th century, there must have been a devastating fire, and then it's declined. And I'd just finish with some very brief conclusions. What these data show is, first of all, that it is a very slow-growing plant. Compared with other palms around the world, rainforest palms, it grows very slowly. The leaves are very long-lived, longer-lived than any other forest trees. The male trees can, in principle, be very long. They can live, we estimate, up to 950 years. But those trees have disappeared. As I was doing this and writing it up, I just realized what a devastating effect fire has had on the population structure of the Coco de Mer. Fire must be the biggest enemy, the biggest thing to be frightened about in the Vallée de Mai. All populations have been affected by fire to some extent. Vallée de Mai probably less than most. And what you see from the historical data is that after fire, the forest recovers very, very slowly, if at all. And in Curieux, it didn't. The fires were so devastating, basically, the Coco de Mer stands were destroyed. Whereas the Vallée de Mai has at least the least disturbed sites. And I just end with what I think are 2 fascinating historical photographs which somehow bear out what I'm saying. The top is the oldest existing photograph of Coco de Mer, 1892. And what you see is very high trees, very tall trees, and nothing underneath. And almost certainly that was caused by fire. The fire swept through, killed the younger trees, killed all the germinating plants, and the only ones which survived were the tall, emergent male trees. And of course, they lived for as long as they lived, and then they died, and there was no regeneration underneath it. So a fire is disastrous. And then in the bottom, you see the Vallée de Mai in the 1930s, and the author complained that recent clearing of all the vegetation has converted these palm groves into a semi-cultivated plantation. They cleared out all of the younger trees and so on. And so the forest was open, and that's exactly what you can see in the data. If you look at these trees, the older trees, which germinated back to about 1910, have narrow spaces between the leaf scars, and then they begin to get longer. I could carry on talking for another hour or so, ladies and gentlemen, about our data, but I think I'm not allowed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Our second speaker is Joshua Maria, who is our Vallée de Mai project officer, funded by the Franklin Foundation based in Switzerland with the aim to support the conservation of endangered trees worldwide. Our team is currently working on an updated Coco de Mer population census. Joshua himself has a BSc in Environmental Sciences from the University of Seychelles. He has worked in the conservation field for 2 years and is keen on expanding his understanding of the terrestrial ecology of the granitic islands. Joshua?
Good morning. Today I'm going to present the survey that was done in SIF managed site to estimate how many Coco de mer were found. As you all may know, the Coco de mer is a flagship species endemic to Seychelles and also holds the largest seed in the world. And also it has ecological values to Seychelles, such whereas it brings food and shelter to certain organisms, and also it has economical value where it brings revenue, and also we have cultural importance. However, the threat to the Coco de mer is poaching and also unsustainable harvesting of the nuts, and also potential forest fires. As you can see, here is the areas that we did the surveys. Here is Valley de Mer, and for Pepe and for Ferdinand, where we did. We started in Valley de Mer, and then we moved on to for Pepe, for us to know the population structure of the species. For example, knowing if there are more male than female in the sex ratio of the population, and also knowing the different distribution across the areas. Here is the life stages of the Coco de mer. For example, here is an immature tree, which is a tree which has only a trunk. Here is the female tree, the female parts. We measured the inflorescence, the primary nuts, the secondary, and the ripe nuts. And also we we counted the number of catkins, only the active catkins, which was the ones with the yellow flowers, and the dead catkin we did not count. Here is a map of Valley de Mer, which we had divided into 18 sections. Each section is 100 to 150 meters wide. We navigate through the forest with a goal to fully cover the section each time. We went through the section, starting from section 1, moving in a zigzag formation, and on to the other sections. Here are some equipments that we used during the survey. The most important equipment was the GPS, which was used for us to navigate through the forest to know where we have been and we have not went through, to make sure that we cover the entire area. And also we used the laser rangefinder for us to measure the tree trunk, and also the cyber tracker to collect our data. And when we went to the office, we uploaded the data to Excel and turn it to QGIS, and then use Data tab for analysis. Here is the female distribution in the Valley de Mer. We could get only 800 trees. As you can see here, the concentration of the Coco de mer is mostly in the center for the female, and also up in the west of Valley de Mer. Also, the male distribution is showing the same similar result. We could get an amount of 966 males in the Valley de Mer. It is also showing a high concentration in the center of Valley de Mer and in the far west of the Valley de Mer. And here is the density for immature. The smallest point, each point is representing the sections. For example, the small point is representing smaller amount of immature trees, and also the largest point is showing the highest density of immature trees. As for the sex ratios across different locations in Valley de Mer and for Pepe, you can see that the the percentage for male is much more higher compared to female, and also the immature is quite higher in Endemic compared to for Pepe due to regeneration project that has been heavily managed in Endemic. That's why. The trunk height difference of the trees based on the location and life stage. As you can see, we have the male, female, and immature. Here is the Fopipe. The Fopipe is showing that it has the tallest trunk compared to Varidine. And also, the highest tree that that was recorded for male was found in Fopipe, which was a male, which reaches around 20 to 25 meters height, as you can see up here. And for female, was the highest tall tree was found in Validini. Here. And fun fact, the weight of one nut is about 7 kilograms, and also as for female, sometimes there are about 35 nuts, and the female is handling all those weight all by herself. Yeah. For discussion, how many the current status of the Coco de Mer, we have seen that the population has increased based from the table compared to 2004, and now in 2003, it shows that the increase has gone up by 100 or 200. And how we can better improve the population, it shows that we need better security and frequent monitoring and camera surveillance in certain areas that hasn't been monitored very frequently, such as in Fopipe, in these areas over here. And we require removal of invasive species and continue regeneration programs for us to get much more results in the future. And I want to thank the field workers for assisting the survey, and also other people such as the research team. Here is a video that is showing our activities that we did. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Our last speaker for the session is Dr. Emma Morgan. Dr. Morgan is an ecologist and a geneticist who has studied the genetic structure and reproductive ecology of the Coco de Mer for her PhD, which she was awarded in 2016. Emma has recently published a paper on the unique reproductive strategies of the Coco de Mer using genetics. Dr. Morgan?
Good morning, everyone. Today I would like to talk to you about some of my PhD results that I was lucky enough to do at ETH Zurich and my fieldwork I carried out here in the Seychelles. So some of the objectives of my PhD. We were interested in seeing exactly how far seed dispersal is in this species. We expect it to be low, but it's never been empirically tested. We also wanted to look at pollen dispersal. And seed and pollen dispersal are really important for shaping the genetic structure of the species. So we wanted to look at as well, what was the natural structure of the species? How did it grow? Also, where related individuals are in space affects the fecundity or the reproductive vigor of the species. Thanks. So we wanted to look at which environmental factors affected flower and fruit production. Another thing we were looking at is the sex ratios in the young plants, as currently we only knew the ratios in the adult population. We also wanted to look at inbreeding and whether perhaps the young plants that established after degradation of the habitat were more inbred than the adult population. And I'll touch upon the impacts of habitat degradation throughout, as this affects all of these processes. So I focused my fieldwork in the last 4 substantial areas where the Coco de Mer grows. So 3 on Praslin, Vallée de Mai, Font-Pépère, and Font-Ferdinand. And I worked on Curious Island as well. So we wanted to find the least disturbed sites we could. So we looked for clusters of plants where you could see a few large female trees surrounded by lots and lots of younger plants. So we located 4 of these in each of the subpopulations. We also located all of the surrounding males of these clusters, covering a diameter of between 80 to 120 meters. With the help of the rangers here, who I'm really grateful to because we did lots of climbing day in, day out for months. We took leaf samples for over 1,200 trees, and I extracted the DNA from these back in the lab in Zurich. So I designed a suite of 12 microsatellite markers to look at the genetic structure of these trees. So microsatellites are neutral areas in the genome, and these are biparentally inherited, meaning for each marker, they inherit 1 copy from the mother tree and 1 copy from the father. And using these, I was able to identify the mother and father from all of these individual young plants. Then, using the distance from the offspring to the mother tree, this signified the seed dispersal distance. And looking at the distance from the assigned father tree and the mother tree, this indicated the pollen flow distance. So I used these genetic profiles then as a basis for the future work. And this plot at the bottom shows the pollen dispersal distances, so the father tree and where the pollen traveled to the mother tree. What I found was, as expected, but now confirmed, very short seed dispersal distances. So the average distance seeds traveled was just 8.8 meters. And in fact, over half of all seeds just traveled less than 5 meters. So here I say realized seed dispersal distance because we were just looking at the seeds that traveled and then grew up into seedlings or juveniles or immature trees. So this resulted in the very dense clusters we saw around the mother trees. We confirmed that most of these were the offspring of the female they were below. And the seed dispersal distance was much longer, significantly longer, on the steep slopes. And in Font-Ferdinand in particular, the seed dispersal distances were very long, well, longer. So seed dispersal impacts on the genetic structure. So then I looked into what this looked like. So here, this plot shows the genetic structure, or the relationships between pairs of plants in space. So on the y-axis, you can see the kinship or relatedness of parental pairs, and on the x-axis, you can see the distance. So at y equals 0 across, this means that individuals are as related as would be expected by chance. This plot shows that individuals here in Vallée de Mai, up to 40 meters, were very intensely related to each other. And this this took place up to 40 meters. So what does pollen dispersal look like? How did it contribute to this structure? Here again, we saw very short pollen dispersal distances. So over 2/3 of pollen just traveled less than 30 meters, which is very short for a tree, a palm. This corresponds with the high inbreeding levels we saw across all populations and all age cohorts, even in adults that would have established before the island was more degraded. We found the shortest pollen dispersal distances on Curia's Island, which indicates that the big gaps between trees do act as really barriers to pollen dispersal. And also the fact that gecko species are absent or in very low numbers on Curias, and geckos are probably the likely pollinators. This also contributed, I think, to the pollen not being able to travel. These results show that mixed modes of pollination are likely. So we expect that most pollination took place by gecko pollinators over very short distances, but sometimes there was infrequent long-distance pollen dispersal that was by wind or flying insects. And we think that this infrequent long-distance dispersal was enough to maintain genetic connectivity over evolutionary timescales. We then wanted to look at a bit more depth into the relationships between adult plants. I'll just go through this briefly because I'm running out of time. But the plot at the top, this regression analysis, shows the relatedness of plants in space. So the blue dots are all possible pairs of adult plants, all possible male and female pairs, and the orange indicates the assigned parental pairs we found from the genetics. We can see that the slopes are significantly the same, but the dotted slope is significantly higher. And this shows that parental pairs were much more highly related than expected by chance, which indicates there was a strong mate choice for Coco de Mer to mate with close relatives, which is really important because it's been shown in most species the mating between close relatives reduces offspring fitness, which is inbreeding depression. And this is especially important or happens in fragmented species. So conservationists often cross distant individuals together to increase genetic diversity. But we think that this could be a problem if this happened, if this was carried out in Coco de Mer. Because Coco de Mer evolved in this way, mating between both close relatives, we think that this is a stable evolutionary strategy. And crossing between two distant individuals might break up favorable allelic combinations or parts of the genome that evolved to stay together. Another thing we looked at was environmental conditions that affect fecundity or the reproductive vigor of the species. So we wanted to look at the variation in flower and fruit production and what environmental factors affected these. So we used an interesting method of tracing back the past 7 years of reproductive history. So a female tree will produce an inflorescence with a number of flowers. Some of these flowers will get pollinated and develop into fruits. And the fruits will take around 7 years to reach maturity, to ripen. And each year, a new inflorescence will be produced. So we can trace back the last 7 years of reproductive history on each plant. So we located 57 females from across the island, from a range of habitat types. So from open shrubland in the north to dense forest in the south. We measured a number of ecological variables to try and see what would affect this. First of all, we saw a really striking range in the number of flowers that can be on a palm. So these range from 6 to 123. And we found that the number of flowers was limited by the nitrogen and the phosphorus availability in the soil. And there was no difference between the two habitat types. Looking at fruit number, we found that this was significantly related to the pollen availability or the distance of the female tree to the nearest male tree. We also found over half of all fruits produced were these abnormal type, and we think that these are aborted due to pollen unavailability or incompatibility. These are much more common in the degraded shrubland. We think this contribution is that the main pollinators are absent in the shrubland. So one other thing we looked at was the proportions of males and female trees. So as we've heard already, in most adult populations, they're male biased, but we don't know if more male seeds are produced or if the females die earlier. So I tried to look for a genetic basis to this, and luckily we were successful. So I used the genomic methods to try and find areas in the genome that were just related to one sex or the other, and I managed to isolate 2 markers that only appeared in the male offspring. So we screened the 700 offspring to try and find the patterns in the young plants. But we found that the ratio was always not significantly different from 50-50, which shows high stability in the species, no matter what the population size was, the availability of pollen, or the age cohort. I won't go through my summary because I'm almost out of time, but just to mention that maternal provisioning of where the mother trees funnel all the nutrients down to the base of the tree, providing nutrients for their offspring, we think that this could potentially outweigh any negative effects of inbreeding. So this is a stable strategy. But how does this affect our management of the species? We recommend that seeds should be germinated as close as possible to where they fall, obviously taking into account the poaching risk, because we don't know the consequences of disrupting this natural structure. We also recommend that closed forests should be restored as a priority, because there'll be a higher chance of successful seed production, a lower chance of the seeds becoming aborted, rather than re-establishing plants over vast areas, as was done in Curious in the early 2000s. The native gecko pollinators should be protected, and an understanding of how canopy openness and habitat quality affects the movement of these species through the forest will be important. Also, future controlled pollination experiments would be really interesting to understand how the relatedness of parents play a role in healthy fruit production, to test in the field if the results of the genetic analysis stand. I'd just like to thank everyone in SIF and the other sites in Seychelles where I worked to help me do this PhD and get all of these results. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. And once again, thank you to all of our speakers for the very engaging presentations and giving us a different perspective of the Coco de Mer. We now open the floor for questions for the next 10 minutes. So if you do have a question, please raise your hand and you'll have an usher provide you with a microphone. Yes, you may start, Mr. Chong Seng.
I would like to ask Emma a question regarding inflorescence. You came out with the statement that on average, 1 inflorescence a year. I've got a colleague, Mr. William Andre, when he started working at the Fondferdinand, he came, he saw lots of female trees that he felt should have been flowering, but they were not flowering. So basically, he cut all the trees that were shedding them and mulch around the trees. And to his surprise, they started producing flowers. But instead of producing 1 inflorescence in a year, they produced 3. And he fertilized the nuts. But then the next 2 years, they took a break. They didn't flower. So it sounds like there's a lot of plasticity. I wanted to ask the phenology rangers whether they monitor for production of inflorescence with Coco de Mer.
Dr. Emma, you may start.
Thanks. I think I just used an average value. I think as we've seen even with the growth and everything, there's huge variability in all kinds of the growth, whether it be the leaves or the inflorescences. I'm actually not sure of the range. I didn't know that there was such variation that you mentioned.
All right, thank you. We have a comment by our CEO.
Yeah, just to clarify, in terms of monitoring the productivity of the trees, we started that, but we had to abandon it. So we are re-looking and integrating that in the phenology program again. So currently we won't be able to share any data in regards to the productivity of the Coco de Mer. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. We had another question on this table by Mr. Dogle.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I've got a question for Professor Edward and another one for Dr. Morgan. For the question for Professor Edward is about, I mean, your presentation was very interesting, and you know, the only thing that I was asking myself was, you know, if you take the three different populations, the one on Curieux, the one on at Forfedina, and the one at Vallée de Mai, probably, as you had alluded to, Vallée de Mai is probably the ideal conditions, I mean, environment and factors are really the best that you can have compared to the tree. Now, when you speak about the number of leaves produced per year and also the width of the leaves where it attaches to the palm, I think the question that comes to mind is, in the case of Vallée de Mai, or compared to Forfedina and also Curieux, because you have different environmental factors. You know, Forfedina is probably a lot drier, and Curieux is much more drier, and even the soil there is much more poorer. Would these figures that you got, would they be similar, or would environmental factors play a role so that we might find that there might be differences in the methodology that you've designed might not apply to Forfedina, and they might not apply to Curieux?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. We have, of course, data for Vallée de Mai and for Curieux. And obviously the trees on Curieux are much smaller and they're much more stunted. The interesting thing is that the age of the trees and the frequency, the number of leaves produced per year is very similar. So there's something about the rhythm of the plant which I think is fairly constant. And so my guess is that if we're talking about the rhythm, the number of leaves produced per year, I think that probably is going to be fairly constant. What obviously is going to be different is how much the extension growth is per leaf. And as I've indicated, that depends partly upon light conditions. If the plant is in the shade, then it's growing up as fast as it can. But it obviously also depends upon soil conditions. And if the soil is very poor, there's no nutrients and so on, that would also suppress the growth of the trunk. So the answer is certainly yes. And extending our results from Vallée de Mai to Font-Ferdinand is a bit of a stretch. You know, you could criticize the age estimates, but of course that's the only data we have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I've got a second question.
Oh. Please go on.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my second question was for Dr. Morgan. And it's about inbreeding. And normally, you know, if you read most scientific books, they will tell you that even in humans, you know, when you have inbreeding, they bring all sort of genetic problems and deformities, and some people will even call it the living dead, because you don't have the diversity for you to survive, you know, adverse conditions like climate change in the future. And but the way you've presented, I might have got you wrong, but my understanding was that the Coco de Mer has designed this strategy for it to reproduce, or that the pollen distribution is relatively constrained, and thereby you get a lot of inbreeding within the population. And I think I understood that that might be to a certain advantage to the population. Personally, I do not really understand, because it goes against, you know, what we've been taught in schools and what we've learned during the years. So it would be good if you can elaborate on that and explain exactly what you mean that this could be a positive strategy.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And when we started getting the results from the genetics analysis, we were really interested in this part. We found it captivating how the levels of genetic diversity were not low. They were average compared to other palm species, for example, or other tree species. It was not low. But inbreeding levels were low. They were very low across all populations. So we were thinking about this paradox, like how could it be like that? And we just think that because the Coco de Mer has obviously been evolving, as we've heard, like 70, 65 million years in isolation, we think that any harmful or deleterious alleles, like harmful bits of the genome, have just been purged out over so many millions of years. And the harmful bits, eventually these plants have died, and so we think that happened. And we just think also that because the islands are so nutrient poor, like the Coco de Mer has an amazing system of huge leaves, and it funnels all the rainwater and all the nutrients down to the base of the tree. And on such a nutrient poor soil, we think that this was a huge, huge advantage for the offspring to grow as close as possible to the base of the tree to get these nutrients. And we just think that this kind of is a trade-off, and this is more advantageous, to the Coco de Mer. Peter, would you like to add anything more, because we looked at this together?
Yeah. Well, I think you gave a very good answer. I mean, it really is a paradox. On the one hand, inbreeding tends to increase the chance of producing young. That seems to be clear. And as Emma says, on the other hand, there's very little genetic differentiation right across the range. So there must be both. There must be both enough outbreeding to maintain the genetic diversity, and yet, in general, inbreeding is beneficial. But it is a paradox, and what you learnt at school doesn't apply.
I mean, and there are some other species as well where you see that the middle is important. So plants in one population, if you cross them with too close individuals or too far, that's both bad. So there's like a happy medium.
All right, thank you. We only have time for one more question. Apologies, we are running behind schedule. So
okay. My question is to Dr. Morgan, and I'd like to know what are the main pollinators of Coco de Mer?
Well, this research is being carried out by other SIF staff members, especially Chris Kaiser-Bunbury as well, who's not here today. But it is thought that gecko pollinators are important, so the giant bronze gecko and the Phelsuma the day geckos. There have been lots of theories over the years, but Peter, probably you know as well more about the research, because I haven't seen the final results yet.
No, I haven't seen the final results. But I think it's primarily geckos. That seems to be the case. And I understand that radio tracking experiments, where you sort of put a little radio on a gecko and see how far it goes, and their sort of range of movement matches very well with the pollination distances that Emma showed in her results. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that you can't rule it out. And there are schools of thought about this. I mean, there are schools of thought about this. But I think the school of thought to which we belong favors the gecko, put it that way.
All right, thank you very much for all the questions. Thank you to the speakers. If you have any more burning questions, you may speak to the speakers during our break. We will now be having our lunch break, and we'll be glad if you would come back at 1:30 p.m. Our ushers will direct you to where the restaurant will be, which is where we'll be having our lunch. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear
I
me?
can hear you. Yes, hi. I can hear you. Hi. Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to?
The technician. The
Hi there.
technician.
Hi there.
Okay.
Shall I share screen? Shall I share screen?
Yes, show your screen, please. Yes, show your screen, please.
Okay, so it says. It's disabled at the moment. It's disabled at the moment. So if you could enable it. I'll pop it on.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Normally you can share it directly, no? Normally you can share it directly, no?
Let me try again. When I press share, it doesn't disable. Host disabled. Host screen sharing. Screen sharing.
Just a second.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
a second.
Yeah, that's right. Standing by.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Shall I try again? Shall I try again? That's still not on. That's still not on.
Un, deux, trois. Un, deux, trois.
C'est bon, mon mute là, moi. Oui. Non, mais connais qui arrive présent aussi à cause dans sa loupe là. Les rentrés là, là, ils tournent côté là-bas, toi.
Il pas supposé. Pas supposé retourner les bons encore.
Bon.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all
All fueled and ready.
Sorry. I hope you're all fueled and ready for our second session. So may I please welcome Dr. Nancy Bunbury online, as well as Monica Griffith, Terence Payet, Maria Mochi, and Shannon Ibon to the panel, please. So our first speaker for this session, Dr. Bunbury, is an island conservation biologist who has led SIF's research in conservation work at both sites since 2008. She specializes in endangered species conservation and management, invasive alien species control, and improving management of protected areas. As the consulting director of research and conservation at SIF, Dr. Bunbury is a driving force behind much of SIF's research work. We now welcome our first speaker online, Dr. Bunbury.
Thank you, Coriana. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I don't know if you can see me. I'm going to stop my video now anyway, so we can focus on the presentation. I hope everyone's had a delicious lunch, and I'm delighted to be opening this afternoon's session. So when we looked at the initial ideas and the list of ideas for the presentations for this day, we noticed that almost all of the talks focused on single species or monitoring programs at the Valley Domain. And what we felt was missing was a talk bringing all these elements together, showing the connections and taking a broader ecosystem perspective. So what I'm going to do in this talk is to both take a step back and a step closer to try to show you the bigger picture with some extra details. And I'd like to focus on Pralin's palm forest as a whole, because although we're here today to celebrate 40 years of UNESCO status for Valley de Mai, Pralin's incredible Coco de Mer dominated palm forest covers a much greater area than just the UNESCO reserve, as Joshua nicely showed earlier. It encompasses parts of the Pralin National Park, including Font Pepin, plus Font Ferdinand, and each of these palm forest areas needs management and connections with the other areas to survive. So we need to think of this habitat and indeed manage it as a connected area. Now, this is not a research talk. It brings together findings and insights to try to convince you, if you aren't already persuaded, that this unique habitat is an ecological treasure that needs even more research and conservation attention than it's already receiving. So I'm going to start by asking everyone, what do you think of when you think of the palm forest? Maybe you think straight away of the Valley de Mai and the Coco de Mer, or maybe it's the endemic palms as a group, or perhaps it's the black parrot, or maybe the many colourful geckos at the site, or maybe it's something more people-oriented, like the visitors or the many children and other people who have been inspired by the fantastic education programme at the site. Do you know what I think of? Dinosaurs. Yep. And this is not as daft as it might sound. So as Annabelle showed so well this morning, we're sitting here on fragments of Gondwana, an ancient supercontinent that definitely had dinosaurs and palms. Seychelles was isolated from the rest of Gondwana before the asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs, so it's entirely plausible that the Seychelles Plateau once had dinosaurs. And why is this relevant? Mainly, as well as putting in a picture of dinosaurs, is because it gives context to everything I'm going to talk about today in terms of the ancientness of this ecosystem and the fact that the species in it have evolved together for tens of millions of years. So starting here with the Coco de Mer, another giant of evolution. The Coco de Mer plays the most important role in this forest. We've already heard all about recent research on Coco de Mer in the last session. Its growth, its population size, and its genetics. But what I want to focus on is its position in the palm forest ecosystem. And the Coco de Mer is a keystone species. And that means it's important for and has impacts on the whole ecosystem. Without it, the system, like the proverbial bridge of the Keystone, can collapse. So let's think about what makes it a keystone species. Consider how many other species depend on the Coco de Mer. There are the obvious ones, all the animals attracted to the curious smelling pollen that is produced by the male catkins in enormous quantities. This part of the plant alone is one of the most important food resources in this forest, attracting 5 gecko species and a wide range of invertebrates, from mollusks like the white slugs to insects like flies, bees, and beetles. The pollen is basically a super resource in a habitat where nutrients are actually very scarce. And then there's the female flowers, which, when receptive, also provide food in the form of nectar. So here you can see a Phelsuma striata at the top and a giant bronze gecko at the bottom, both attracted to the nectar. But we also know from observations and camera traps that all species of Phelsuma and bronze gecko feed on this nectar, as well as slugs, crickets, and other invertebrates. So now let's look at the leaves. Coco de Mer leaves are some of the largest in the plant kingdom and form multi-layered and huge, stable platforms and hanging points for a range of wildlife, from chameleons, geckos, snakes, and tree frogs, to snails, crickets, leaf and stick insects, praying mantis, and much more. Even the leaf stems, or petioles, and the trunks host a huge range of fauna, with similar species found here as on the leaves. Now, some species, like these endemic stylodonta snails and wolf spiders at the bottom left, seem to prefer these parts of the tree. White slugs are also common on the petioles, and their role isn't fully understood, but we do know that they're also dependent on the Coco de Mer. Of the different geckos, some of which I've shown here, they stratify their hangout places by height. So you tend to see smaller geckos like Phelsuma striata and Aeluronix tachyscopius on the lowest parts of the trunks and petioles, and the largest, Phelsuma sunbergi and Aeluronix trachygaster, at the top, where the resources are most plentiful. Even the spaces in between the trunks are used. The palm spiders, for example, build their sticky webs in these gaps. And not forgetting the vital ground layer. So when those immense leaves fall off the tree, after several years, they eventually crash to the ground, where they join a complex, dense leaf litter composed of many layers of these tough leaves and their fibers, which can take years to rot away. Now, the labyrinth-like structure of this leaf litter is very different to broadleaf litter and forms really its own micro-ecosystem. This is where we find the 3 species of endemic skink, including the 2 elusive burrowing skinks, which take advantage of the thickly layered habitat to find food and hide from predators. Plus, of course, the Praline Siglostis frog, the tree frog, the Seychelles house snake, at least 5 species of Sicilian in the lower layers, crabs, crickets, wolf spiders, and again, many other invertebrates. So this is a rich habitat that is unique to the Praline palm forest. So here's that layer of leaf litter from a distance. So you can really see how these layers build up. But as well as that, there's another way that even dead Coco de Mers are important for the ecosystem. Now, dead trees form cavities in their trunks, which are, of course, used by black parrots to nest in. And this seems to be the parrot's preferred nest tree species, although we now know that they also nest in many other species. But it nicely shows that all parts of the Coco de Mer and all parts of its life and death cycle are crucial to maintain a thriving palm forest ecosystem. So, taking all of this into account, we have a species which is either essential for or supports the survival of at least 20 vertebrate species and many, many invertebrate species. So one way to think of the Coco de Mer is like a 5-star, all-inclusive hotel where animals can find food, shelter, protection from predators, social areas, and breeding grounds. Now, not only is the Coco de Mer a keystone species, it is also an ecosystem engineer. which means it can modify its own ecosystem, in this case, benefiting its offspring, which means that this tree is one of very few examples of maternal care in a plant. Now, shown here is a diagram from a fantastic paper published in 2015 by Peter Edwards et al. So this is the work mentioned in the Q&A session earlier. I'm quite happy to be able to go into it in further detail now. So starting at the top, what you can see is that the Coco de Mer leaves act as a giant funnel, intercepting up to 100% of rainfall over the palm forest canopy. This rain then cascades down the petioles and the trunks, which are effective drain pipes, and as it gushes down the trunk, the water carries with it debris from pollen and other organic matter. So when it reaches the ground, these nutrients, which are a precious resource in this nutrient-poor system, are directed down to the roots of the tree and the growing seedlings around it. Now, this creates nutrient-rich and moist soil very close to the tree, perfect conditions for young Coco de Mers, which often germinate right next to the mother tree. But the effect is very localized, so even just 1 meter away from the base of the tree, the nutrient resources are already dwindling. So with this in mind, these are pictures from the Valley de Mai, and this is what we think of as a dense Coco de Mer palm forest today. But given what we now know, in an even more natural situation, Coco de Mers would have grown even more densely. So with nuts that are dispersed only by gravity, any that don't roll downhill will germinate right next to the mother. In most cases, Emma's graph earlier showed some exceptions there. Now, mother trees obviously produce lots of nuts, so you're probably not too far off if you imagine an original palm forest habitat as a real thicket of Coco de Mer trunks and juveniles, with the canopy so dense and highly connected that many species would never need to come to the ground. The canopy would have intercepted virtually all rainfall over the forest, concentrating it and the nutrients around the trunks. Now, you're probably wondering at this point why I'm giving another talk on Coco de Mer when we've already had 3. Well, that's because it's really impossible to talk about the ecosystem as a whole without focusing on Coco de Mer. But I'm really showing all of this to highlight how important the species is for all the other species in the palm forest. Now, one species in particular appears to be more closely co-evolved with Coco de Mer than any other, and this is our ancient and enigmatic friend, the giant bronze gecko, Aeluronix trachygaster. I can pick up on the earlier discussion here because we're now confident that this giant gecko is the main pollinator of the Coco de Mer. This is the result of years of field research, observations, and analysis led by Chris Kaiser-Bunbury, and this ruled out, one by one, all the other potential pollinators, namely smaller geckos, insects, and wind. And the work has also involved many people sitting in this room, and it's a vital relationship to know about because these 2 island giants appear to be mutually dependent on each other. So the giant gecko pollinates Coco de Mer and appears to be the main means of gene dispersal of the palm, since the seeds really can't travel very far in most cases. And all the evidence suggests that trachygaster is also dependent on Coco de Mer forest as its only habitat. It has never been seen in any other habitat as far as we know, and its preferred location is up in the canopy, where it's usually observed on Coco de Mer catkins or female flowers. So co-evolved mutualisms like this mean that if we lose one species, the other is also likely to be lost at some point. And if one of these species declines, the other will follow. So we're coming back to curios now, because one unfortunate example of this comes from curios, where there is a Coco de Mer population, but there's no trachygaster. Instead, Phelsuma sundbergi has stepped in as the main pollinator, but it's a much less effective one. So the Coco de Mer population struggles and remains patchy. There are also genetic implications of this, as Emma really nicely showed earlier on. So in degraded habitat like curios and some parts of Praslin, where there are no trachygaster, pollen dispersal seems to be substantially reduced, and we see a much higher frequency of abnormal nuts. seen here at the bottom left. So in the picture on the bottom right, a really crucial point to note here is that as a consequence of this patchy distribution, there's minimal connectivity of the canopy, which means that the leaves of most Coco de Mers are connected to very few others. Potential pollinators can't easily get from tree to tree and may need to cross open ground. And one thing we've seen about Trachygaster is when we have seen it on the ground, it's incredibly clumsy and very vulnerable. It really needs this mature, dense, and highly connected Coco de Mer forest that now occurs in only a few places on Parrot. Moving on to another really well-connected species. We all know and love the black parrot, and you'll be hearing much more about SIF's work on them shortly. All I want to talk about is what connects the parrots to their environment. So black parrots feed on more than 50 plant species, including all the endemic palms, except Coco de Mer. They are primarily frugivores, so they prefer fruit and, of course, the seeds in those fruit. Feeding encounters on native palms are shown here along the top and include Nephrosperma, Fleschfeltia, Paragonipa, and Dicenia, among many others. But they also eat introduced species. And along the bottom, we can see parrots feeding on papaya, mango, starfruit, and an introduced Syzygium species. And we know from research that the parrots prefer to eat native species, and endemic palms top the list. The parrots probably also disperse many of these species, although this hasn't been studied so far. And parrots used to be considered almost entirely seed predators, meaning that very few seeds would survive being chomped up and digested in order to germinate afterwards. But parrots, and notably the Coracopsis genus, which the black parrot belongs to, are now known to be important seed dispersers and excellent seed dispersers. So they do this by carrying fruit with their feet and their beaks, which you can see them doing here, in fact, rather than via gut passage like many species do. So this is quite an important leap forward in our understanding of their contribution to the ecosystem, and it means that parrots are probably vital, along with several other species, for native palm recruitment. But the black parrot is only one seed disperser. There are several other frugivores in the palm forest, including blue pigeons, Seychelles bulbuls, and fruit bats. Now, these haven't been studied in detail either, but we know from other Seychelles sites how important they are as seed dispersers. What all of this hopefully starts to illustrate is the whole picture of the connectivity of this amazing ecosystem, and that we can't look at things in isolation. So to illustrate this even more, I'm going to show you an attempt at a very rough food web I've drawn for the palm forest native species. This is, so purists might want to look away because this is not quantified or based on research, but it's from observations and literature. So here it is. Hopefully everybody can see this. It's also simplified. There's obviously a lot more in it than this. And it's an unusual food web. If you're an ecologist, you can see that quite quickly. It lacks a central top predator, and it has only one connected mammal, which is a frugivore, the fruit bat down at the right, bottom right here. So the community is not controlled from the top down, but from the bottom up by the limited resources, mostly provided by Coco de Mer. So this reflects a general pattern across islands where top predators are missing or less dominant. But here, the reliance of the community on just this one species is really significant. Now, the whole system is under threat from introduced species like the ants, rats, cats, tenrecs, and more recently, minor birds. So all of these have potential to disrupt these dynamics, potentially permanently. So the palm forest desperately still needs more research, but we really need to understand pollination, seed dispersal, nutrient cycling, and crucially, impacts of invasive species on the way the community works. So despite all of the monitoring and the research done in the last 15 years, there are still many unanswered questions, and we're still on the surface in terms of understanding how the palm forest ecosystem works. Nonetheless, I really hope that this talk has drawn attention to the bigger picture and all the ecological connections of this unique habitat, and perhaps also change the way you think about Pralin's palm forest. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. All the Vallon research team who, over the years add so much to our understanding of everything, and all SIF colleagues and research collaborators, and the people who have given SIF their incredible photos that helped illustrate this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for such a great presentation. Now we'll be having a presentation by Terence Payet and Monica Griffith. Terence Payet is a research assistant with over a decade of experience working in the Vallée des Mets research team. During this time, he has worked on many projects, but has focused mainly on studying the black parrots. He's a highly skilled field researcher, caring deeply about the parrots, and is currently enrolled as a BSc Environmental Science student under the David Stoddard Scholarship sponsored by SIF. Monica joined the research team with the BSc in Biology 5 years ago to work on the black parrots. With 10 years experience in conservation ecology, including working on the Mauritian eco-parakeet project, Monica's experiences now serve as a backdrop to her current passion, the Seychelles black parrot.
So we're very grateful to have this opportunity to talk about this exciting project and share some of the important discoveries that we've made so far. Terence is going to talk first and give you a bit of background information about the parrots in general and the history of the project, and then I will go into a bit more detail on some of the specific findings. But we've only got 10 minutes, so it's just going to be a quick snapshot. Feel free to find us afterwards for more questions.
Good afternoon, all. I'm very proud to be here with you as a Pralinois, and I'm proud to work with Vallée des Mets for such a long time. And to start, the black parrot have been a priority of area for SIF for many years, and this has paid dividends with the quality and variety of data collected. This has enabled us to conduct high-quality research into relatively unknown species. As the slide shows, Annabelle's already talked a lot about this and how to make it quick. The only thing that she didn't mention is just about the current population estimation. As you see, the population now is 1,096 to 1,742 birds. It's approximately an average of 1,400 birds. In regards to our monitoring, we monitored the parrot for 14 seasons, and we know that we monitored in 6 areas around the island. That is definitely Vallée des Mets, Font-Pépère, National Park, Zimbabwe, and also Gantons. By using innovative techniques, we have monitored an impressive around 200 nests over the last 14 years, and around half of which were successful, as shown on the slide. Despite the challenges of setting up mist nets in the dark and also climbing trees in the rain, which is a bit very difficult, and we have achieved a fantastic 400 birds ring, which has in turn enabled better understanding of the Seychelles national bird. Here, as the graph shows, we can see clearly there is a trend of 3 years of good breeding and then followed by AE of little to no breeding. As I see the curve, 3, no, 3, no. And except for before 2009, that we don't know. It's possibly that before 2009 it was a good season, definitely. In season 12, we experienced 2 breeding events in the same season, although the overall success rate was in keeping with other season monitored previously. We can also see that in the early season, on the left-hand side, more nests fail at egg stage and than at chick stage. And however, last season, after losing around a third of the eggs, so that's one, we then lost more than half of the chicks. Some discoveries. Discoveries are always ongoing in regards to the Beautiful Parrots project, and we are constantly learning more about this enigmatic species. Over time, before I go to that, many people ask questions about lifespan, which is a bit very tricky. Sometimes difficult to answer. But what we can say, they can live at least 15 years. That is because evidence that we have, birds ring in 2010, right? And since last season, 14 season, birds are still bred at that time. Over time, okay, before I go to view over time, when we are talking about breeding season, we are talking about the birds itself. And we know that the parrots, they're changing colors from dark to pale colors during breeding season. And it can be beak and feathers for both male and female. And also, we know that this pattern is shift, like vice versa, from non-breeding to breeding season. They at least nest in 13 tree species. Over time, we have found that there is a lot of variation in the types of cavities they use to nest in, and has become apparent that the parrots are not dependent on Coco de Mer, or as particularly about the cavity choice, as was first thought. They can use native introduce. They can be narrow or wide, and it can be palm or broadleaf. It can be wet or dry. It can be alive. It can be in the forest, or even it can be in the garden. Females have a unique breeding calls, and they are also have a cooperative breeding. There is no obvious connection between cavity species and the success rate has been observed. When we are talking about factors influencing breeding success, there are many different factors that affect the parrot's breeding success. In recent years, SIF has focused on trying to determine the impact of invasive species. As you can see, invasive in the valley, like Nancy says, and Dr. Annabelle also has mentioned, rats, cats, miners, yellow crazians, the invasive species affect breeding success of the parrot. Also, we have climatic condition and weather pattern. Food availability also is a big problem. Infertility, embryo death, and limited suitable habitat. Now I will leave you with the hand of my colleagues to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Terence. So, as he's saying, we've learnt a lot about the overall parrot population and their breeding efforts. So now I'm going to talk about three main focus areas of our findings. So the impact of rats, the growing threat of miners, and the complexities of the cooperative breeding system. We all know that invasive species are well-known threats to endemic island populations. These parrots are no exception. Rats and miners present a dual threat because they are both nest competitors and predators. So they will kill eggs and chicks, and then they live in their houses. Seems a bit mean. So we conducted a rat trapping trial to determine the impact of rats on the nesting success. We suspected, obviously, that the rats would have a great impact, which they did. Where we had more rat trapping, we resulted in greater nest success, but it wasn't guaranteed. We still had failures. And where we had no rat trapping, we had very low nest success, but some still did make it through. So there was a bit of breeding despite the rats. So in conducting this experiment, we found that although rats clearly play a big part in the role of causing nest failures, they're not the major problem we all assumed they were. Massive, yes, but not the only. And what did emerge from this trial is that there are other, possibly even more significant issues impacting these parrots. One of them is the common miner. So as well as the rat trapping, we observed spread of common miners across Prana. There was an initial survey, 2011, which showed miners around the coastline of Prana and around human settlements. They were fairly low numbers, and crucially, non-detected in the center of the island, in the national park, which is the stronghold of the parrot population. However, the subsequent surveys showed encroachment inland and increased numbers. So the population essentially doubled in less than a decade. So you can see they've spread inland. As well as the full census, we've conducted range expansion surveys. So just only in the national park. You can see in 2011, we had nothing. 2018, low numbers starting to appear at the edges. 2021, the number of points detecting miners had increased, and the numbers of miners found at these points. And by last year, miners were detected pretty much everywhere. So as well as finding them everywhere, we're also finding greater numbers. And this is suggesting to us that they're not saturated yet. The numbers are going to continue to climb. And so you've got to remember, with every additional miner in that forest, there's an added dual threat to the parrots, both to the eggs and chicks and for their nest space. So it's so clear that the threat of the miners is only beginning. It's still unfolding. And the true impact of these is probably not being felt yet, and it's probably only going to increase. So there's a real chance that they're a much more significant problem than we used to think. I'm going to move away from the depressing thought of failed nests onto happier topics, cooperative breeding. So, cooperative breeding is fairly uncommon in parrots in general. There's only 3 other known species that engage in cooperative breeding. But the parrots obviously take this one step further and are unusual in several aspects. They really don't sort of meet the typical expected patterns that you would sort of predict. And after many hundreds of hours of observations, sitting in the forest, staring at a parrot, we are finally starting to understand some of these complexities in the breeding system. We've still got so far to go. And we can see that the relationships are much more intricate and more complex than we previously understood. So here, I'm going to give you 2 case studies of breeding groups. There's a lot of information. Pay attention, there will be a quiz. It's going to be quick though, so if you've got questions later, I'm very happy to answer them. Where we have green circles, these are adult males, the peach circles are adult females, and the colored squares are nests. So you can already see that some of the females utilize the same nests as others in different years. This is offspring, so we have offspring of our known females. We have males recorded helping that breeding female. We have other adult females also helping the female. It's not a matriarchal society though, because she also helps others, including helping her own offspring when she was breeding. The second group, and they're very helpful. So we have a second case study. Here we don't have any males identified, but we have an adult of unknown sex. we have a few more young ones. So the white circles are young ones. So again, we have some offspring. We have confirmed helpers. So you can already see it's not sort of all around, centering around the one bird this time. We have several unconfirmed helping pathways, which it's really hard to see a small bird with massive leaves around you. So sometimes it takes a bit of effort to confirm these groups. And most interestingly, for want of a better word, we have an adoption. So the unringed female in a nest vanished after a really heavy storm. We never saw or heard of her again. A different female, whose own nest had failed earlier that season due to rat predation, then became the primary carer of that chick, raised it, provided food, searched for it after it fledged, essentially adopted it. So we learnt helpers can be adult males, adult females, they can be offspring, they can be mothers, they can be really young. So the youngest recorded helper we've got is 2.5 years old. They can be much older. We've got ones that are 12 years old. They can kind of be anything. So we've learned a lot, but we can see that we've just got so much more left to work out these systems properly. As to where the project's heading in the future, there are many interesting challenges ahead as we continue to try and shed light on this population, on this really complex and sophisticated breeding system. Obviously, we will conduct more ringing to try and get more observations, because it's only with ringing birds that these observations become valuable. We have begun talks to create a second parrot population by a translocation to silhouette. Still very, very early days, but hopefully this will succeed and this will bolster the parrot population. And I personally would really like to see that the miners are not given a chance to undermine the success of 14 years of hard work on a very challenging project conducted by SIF. So thank you all for listening to this talk on some of the findings of the Parrot project. They're only possible because, thanks to the SIF team, we have a fantastic data set going back 14 years. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of my SIF colleagues, past and present, the ones staring at birds in the forest. It's tedious. And finally, I'd like to leave you with a picture of Croaky. She's a beautiful parrot. She's my favorite one, and I just felt like she should be represented here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Terence, for a great presentation. Now we'll be seeing Maria Mochi. Maria Mochi is the acting Valley Science Coordinator. She oversees and assists with the ongoing research and monitoring programs at Valley. Ms. Mochi has a bachelor in environmental sciences from UNICE and has a true passion for conservation and has experience in forest rehabilitation and invasive species management. Ms. Mochi?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So this presentation will cover a very peculiar and interesting species with special highlights to one lost to science for over 200 years. They are the tiger chameleon and the Seychelles chameleon, both of which are endemic to Seychelles. So let us highlight the how to identify wood species. So first off, we have the tiger chameleon, which it has very distinctive black spots on its body. It has a black collar running along the ridge of its spine, and its total length is 160 millimeters. Whereas on the other hand, the Seychelles chameleon is green in general, has a white collar running along the ridge of its spine, has a total length of 170 millimeters, and usually the rib cage outline is visible from underneath the skin. So before we dive into the timeline of research done on both species, I would like to ask anyone that has seen this species before, whether it's the tiger chameleon or the Seychelles. So please show your hands up if you've seen this species before. Okay, that's like 1/3 of the room. So anyone that has seen this species knows that it is very hard to locate. It is very slow moving, and it is indeed a special species, I would say. So let's dive into the timeline of events and research that has been done on both species. So in 1820, the samples of both chameleon species were collected in Seychelles to be sent to the Natural History Museum in France, of which during handling, human error occurred, which meant that both species were mislabeled underneath one species, which was a tiger chameleon. So the Seychelles chameleon was not identified as a different species. And fast forward to 2008, of which the first study of a nationwide population of a chameleon was done by Gerlach. And in just 1 year after that, in 2009, field studies were done to establish the population of the chameleon in the Vallée des Mets, of which there and then found that there are distinctive features about chameleons, whereby some had spots and some were completely green. So this gave rise to the question, is it a different species? So in early 2009, genetic analysis was conducted by Dr. Raxworthy, of which samples from the 2009 field studies were collected to analyze, which, yes, he confirmed that it is indeed two distinctive species of chameleons. So the species status is still underway to be confirmed. And in 2013, a follow-up study was done on all inner granitic islands of the Seychelles, including Mahé, Pralin, La Digue, Silhouette, and Fouegat, and Curieux as well, to find the extent of both species. And it was found that the Seychelles chameleon is only found on Pralin. And in 2008, a master's study was done by the site manager of Vallée des Mets, Mr. Marc Jean-Baptiste, to study habitat preferences of both species of chameleons in the granitic islands. And ongoing currently is the manuscript that has been submitted to indeed publish that there are two distinctive species of chameleons in the Seychelles. So this map shows the extent of both species, of which the tiger chameleon is found on Silhouette, Mahé, and Pralin in dark circles, and in green circles are the Seychelles chameleon, which is found only on Pralin. However, one sample was also found in the Latanya leaves, brought over from Pralin, but the chameleon was already dead by then. So how do we identify male and female for both species? First off, the female are more rounder, whereas the males are more slender. And based on the studies conducted, there are several adaptations derived from observations as well as concrete scientific evidence. So first off, from observations, you can see that the species has the ability to camouflage. As you can see in the picture on top, or maybe you cannot see. It has completely camouflaged itself in the surroundings, and it also has an inflamed throat, which means that it doesn't want to be bothered. And the picture below shows the natural color of the Seychelles chameleon. It has turret-like eyes, whereby each eye can move independently in a 360 degrees to try and identify any prey or predators nearby. It has a prehensile tail, which it can use to maneuver the canopy and branches and leaves, and strong gripping toes, which enables it to climb trees and also grab onto thin leaves. It is most active during the day, but it loses its pigmentation at night as they roost. It is a palm maneuvering specialist, whereby they hang from the palm fronds to easily evade predators. So as the predators go up the stem of the palm, it is hanging from the tip of the leaf, so it can feel the vibration going up along the tree, and it can easily just let go and fall down. So that's the adaptation to this this palm forest. They are also an arboreal species, whereby they spend most of their time in the canopy. They move very slow to prevent any detection. Coupled with the camouflage, they are virtually invincible. So some habitat preference, before we go on to the habitat preferences, based on the 2009 study done in the Vallée des Mets, the researchers found a total of 450 individuals estimated of the Seychelles chameleon within 19.5 hectares of the Vallée des Mets. Based on the study, they have a preference for Coco de Mer. And based on the 2013 study done Parrot-wide, they are found also in degraded habitats, and they can found on other trees. However, on other trees, their special skills, such as quickly evading the predators, are not fully utilized. They prefer close canopy for forest connectivity as well. Some threats that these species face. So the Seychelles chameleon is currently unlisted on any platforms of species. So they are not listed on the IUCN Red List, nor are they unlisted on CITES, because they are still technically not yet a species in science. They occur only on Parrot, which poses a higher risk of extinction. They are also a victim to the pet trade, of which reports, as you can see, dates back as 4 months ago, whereby someone from Germany was looking for a pair of tiger chameleons. And forest fires, as everyone knows, Parrot is no stranger to forest fires. So this threatens their habitats and also renders them vulnerable to extinction. Habitat fragmentation is also a big issue, whereby the road that runs along the Vallée des Mets and the national park can cause road kills, whereby these species are sometimes seen, actually, whereby they are evading predators, but their technique of letting go, and they fall down on the road, which is very sad, as you can see in the picture, but that is a tiger chameleon. And changes in the weather pattern renders their breeding season vulnerable, whereby their breeding season coincides with the rainfall events. So a change in the rainfall events will definitely cause a change in their breeding season, or most likely will cause a change in their breeding season. So what is the way forward for this species? So the most important step now is to get the paper published, whereby it shows that there are indeed 2 species of chameleon, and from there get it enlisted on IUCN and CITES for protection internationally as well as under the local law. Develop a species management plan whereby this species is also included in the plan, and also including other species such as the giant bronze gecko, etc. And further research is needed to help protect and understand this species. So based on the research that has been done, it is not fully understood yet. So further research is needed to try and understand how it breeds, where it breeds, when it breeds, and other pertinent questions. And lastly, mindful land use and planning is needed, whereby even on our end, not to deforest too much forests on Parrot, especially the palm forests. So thank you for listening, and I hope it was interesting.
Yes, Maria, thank you for the very interesting talk. We now welcome our last speaker for this session, Shannon Ebon. Ms. Ebon is a field research assistant with 9 years experience in invasive alien species management. Shannon is also currently enrolled at UNICE in the BSc Environmental Science degree under the David Stoddard Scholarship sponsored by SIF. Ms. Ebon.
So good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting about invasive plant management conducted in the Vallon. So firstly, what are invasive species? So invasive species are introduced species either by human or through natural processes which cause harm to the ecosystem, and this is done through competition from nutrients, space, and habitat, and which may cause native species to decrease and even go extinct. As you can see in the picture, this is a philodendron creeper that competes with other species for space and also sunlight. So in 2012, a management project of such species was initiated. And this was a fully funded project by the European Union. So the project started with the register of invasive adult trees in 101 10 by 10 meter survey plots. And this registry was done on big trees, so it was called the Big Tree Survey. So this was done in collaboration with the Seychelles Parks and Gardens Authority, as 105 plots were found in the national park. As you can see, these are the plots in the map further down. So during this survey, 10 invasive species were found most abundant in the reserve. So we had cinnamon, lagati, viatang, coco plum, boison, calice du pape, santal, lavani, boisbert, and caoutchouc. So on the graph here, as you can see, The most abundant trees are Calyx G-pap, Lagati, Cornel, followed by Kautsu trees. So for Calyx G-pap, we had 885 individuals. For Lagati, 771, and Cornel, 422 individuals. So it's quite a lot. So at the same time, for planning, we've also planned the methods better used to control these trees. So we used drilling, where we would drill holes in the trees, pour in herbicide and cover it with putty. We also did rim barking, also using herbicide, and painted it with a paintbrush. So all of these were done in fond paper to prevent unnecessary use of herbicide in Vallon de Mai Reserve. So before this, I know maybe some of you will ask, why not just cut down the trees? So we conducted a canopy gap experiment to see the impacts that just cutting down trees would do in the forest, not only to damage other plants, but also what effects they will have to the surrounding ecosystems. So we discovered that native plants does not have as much success as introduced plants when it comes to huge canopy gaps. So hence, after these trials, we started the control of these trees, and at the same time, we were removing saplings. So we also controlled creepers, such as Viatang and Philodendron, where we used manual removal from pulling of these trees and setting them to dry on an iron tray called a tata. And this is done with the assistance of the field workers and two of our qualified climbers, Terence and Jerry Woos. So a very big thank you for the field workers. We also conducted herbicide trials, as you can see on the picture far left. We used herbicide in a Ziploc bag to try and control Philodendron stumps, but this did not work because Philodendron releases sap to dilute the herbicide. So we also conduct tree checks every 2 months to see the progress of the control that we have done. So percentage of how many leaves has fallen, the health of the tree, if the tree is fruiting, flowering, or budding through phenology, and also the defense responses that they have, such as regrowth of bark, aerial roots, explosive fruiting and flowering, and as well as resprouts. So to continue the project, another funded project called the Invasive project was done in 2017, where we continue to control cocoa plum and guava through manual removal, and also cutting and treating the stumps, as the trees were quite smaller than the adult trees. So we also conducted drilling on introduced palms and the remaining Lagati and Calyx G-pap trees, and as well as herbicide trials such as basal barking using biodiesel and herbicide, and we would paint them on the stumps without drilling or even rim-barking them. This trial was also conducted on Philodendron, but however, this also did not work. So we also have a steward scheme plot where we work alongside with Miss Maria, the Education and Outreach Program Coordinator, where we give education to the community, such as children from clubs, and as well as to the local communities, especially to farmers as well. So in this plot, its objective is to restore it and get it back to its natural state, and by planting native and endemic plant species. As you can see in the first picture, this was the plot before, and in the middle is when we have engagement with school kids to plant the trees. So up till now, we have controlled quite a lot of trees, and And as you can see, the remaining ones are still Calyx gipap, lagati, and cornel. However, we have managed to control kawutsu, but now we have some santal and jackfruit that are remaining. So overall, we have successfully controlled 2,065 trees, and it remains 770 trees to control. And as for philodendron and viatang, as you can see, it is much more situated in the southern part of Vallon in 42 plots, and this is done through observations by the team. So, we have seen that through drilling and herbicide, this is the best method used to control adult trees in Vallon as it is the safest way and prevents the herbicide being dropped out on the ground, as well as creepers are very resistant to herbicide, so manual removal is the best option for this species. So we continue to engage with the community through maintenance of the steward scheme plot and the rehabilitation program that the education and outreach is conducting now. And we are also continuing to educate our community, schools, wildlife clubs, and others. So while we have done a lot, continuing the monitoring is the key to control these trees. So many thanks to our partners who have supported us in a way or another, and a big thanks to the management team from Parrot and Mahe, and a very big thank you to the field workers that has successfully helped us remove these invasive species. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zibon, and thank you to all of our speakers. We now open the floor for questions, but because of time, we are only allowing for 3 questions. So as mentioned earlier, if you have a question, please raise your hand, and our ushers will bring the microphone to you. I already see a hand raised here with Mr. Chongseng. Thank you.
Recently, I read a paper by François Baguette and Dr. Bruno Santerre, where they make a very persuasive case that lagati is a native. Is SIF aware of this paper, and will that affect your policy with regards to lagati?
So the study started in 2012. Can you tell me which year this paper was?
I think it was probably 2019 when François Baguette was on Silhouette.
Okay. So as you can see, we didn't get the information that they were natives at that time. So we're controlling them as invasive species.
So my question is, will the policy now change, or are you going to be business as usual?
Dr. Constance? Dr. Constance?
Yes, I think if I may add to that, Lindsay, I think invasive species sometimes can also be native. And I think that it's really a fine line. That's why it's a bit intriguing. But for us, it's important to understand sort of the impacts. And as you have seen with the numbers, Agati, it's quite numerous in the Vallée des Mers, suggesting that it's really dominating the resources and threaten the, for sure, native species. So I don't know if that answers your question.
All right, thank you for your question and answers. We do have another question at the front table, please.
Thank you. Paul Lebon from the Tourism Department. It was a short question with regards to the first presentation of the afternoon that we had. I just wanted to know concerning the chameleons. So with regards to on curious, I think it was mentioned, for example, that sorry, not regards to the chameleons, it's regarding the on curious that the Trachygaster, I'm talking about the gecko, not the chameleon, sorry about that. So are there plans to introduce Trachygaster to curious? Because you mentioned that with the Sunbergy, the current gecko, the pollination is very slow. So, and then therefore that the canopy is not very thick, and that could be an issue. So are there any plans or any limitations with regards to that? Thank you.
Question. I thought somebody might ask this. The reason it's a good question is because it's quite a complex answer. When you translocate a species, you have to look at why that species isn't there in the first place. Now, giant bronze geckos probably were on curious at some point, also because Parrot and curious would have been joined when the sea levels were lower. But right now, there isn't really the habitat on curious for a species that needs a connected canopy. I don't think it would survive on curious. So until there's the habitat there, until there's more like connected, mature Coco forest, it's not a suitable place for Trachygaster. But Trachygaster needs to be somewhere else at some point. I think for now, to be honest, captive breeding is probably the most appropriate for it, which is going to be tricky, a long process, but it's only in one place, in one habitat. It's one of the most endangered species in the Seychelles. So it does need some help. But curious right now is not really the best place for it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
We can now allow for one more question. Sorry, Dr. Hokamoa at the back had his hand up first.
Yeah, thank you for these 3 nice talks. I'll catch up with some of you, because I wanted to ask a few things also to Shannon and Monica. But I wanted to ask Maria about the nesting of the chameleons on Vallée de Mai. Do you have any records of nests of chameleons? And if so, in which kind of plants, or whether it is in the on the ground?
So thank you, Dr. Okamoa, for your questions. I really would not know where they nest, because this is something that we need to, like I said, we need further research to understand how this species functions, where it nests, where's the nesting sites in the Vallée de Mai, or even the entire Parrot, and as well as other informations. So maybe Nancy would be more inclined to answer this question if she knows. Thank you.
I think Nancy has frozen. Maybe as a result of the question. And until she is defrozen, I can tell you that in Mahé, I know of a few records of nests in pineapple. But that's quite a very rare occurrence, and I don't know, maybe my neighbor Pat Mathiot will know.
In light of our internet issues, we have Dr. Jim Labisco, who's willing to comment on the matter.
With regards to nesting, as far as we're aware, they're ground nesters, so they come down to the forest floor, and they'll burrow into the soil, and they'll lay their eggs in the soil. That's why the breeding is connected to the extent of rainfall, because no rain, hard soil, excuse me, sorry, no rain, hard soils, the chameleons can't then come down and dig a hole in which to lay their eggs. So,
yeah. When Marc Jean-Baptiste was doing his surveys on Pralin, he came to Mahé, and we went to La Réserve at Bon Espoir. And as we came down, having found about 19 chameleons on the palms, Babel Koch, who was there, in a very sarcastic voice said, "And there is a chameleon nest," pointing at the Zanana mousticaine at the base of the Bon Espoir. And to her surprise, she looked inside it, because I think she was being a bit sarcastic, because they had talked to Justin Gerlach, and he said he'd tried night survey and it doesn't work on silhouette. So they still went ahead and did it and found that it worked beautifully. And to our surprise, there were eggs inside there. I took 2 of the eggs, I took them home, and they hatched into babies. So I can confirm.
They might multitask as well.
Thank you. Because of time, I will allow for 2 more questions. Yes, Dr. Dockley had, Mr. Dockley had his hand up, followed by the girl in the blue shirt in the middle table, third from the front. So you can start.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for allowing me to ask a question. I beg your indulgence. I've got 3 short questions. They can be answered with yes or no, something like that. The first one was for Dr. Nancy Burnbury, but any one of you can answer that. It's about the Aileronyx, or giant bronze gecko. Was it the one that is specific on Pralin? Because I understand there's a species that is found in the Vallée du Mai, and there is this other species that is found on Silhouette, Mahé, and other places. So the one that she was talking about, is it the specific one or both of them? The second one, that is a yes or no. The second question is, it's about the 15 years. I remember Terence Pyatt said that the bird lives for 15 years. I know that some birds live for 40 years. Has that been established, or is it possible that the black parrot lives for a longer period of time? And the third question has got to do with the young lady that was presenting with Terence. Sorry, I didn't catch on. I didn't write down your name. It's about the minor birds. Did you see any correlation with the number of eggs and chicks that you were losing during the period that you did that for rats, but I didn't see that you did it for the minor during the time that the number of minor birds were increasing, the population was increasing within Vallée du Mai? Did you see any correlation between the amount of eggs and chicks that you were losing? Was there any correlation between the two? Thank you very much.
The Trachygaster question was yes, it's the Trachygaster in the valley. Yes. You misunderstood on the 15 years of the parrots. Currently, we have birds that were ringed at the start of the Parrot project in 2010. They were adults at the time. We don't know how. They were ringed as adults. They are still alive now. They are still breeding now. So we know they live a minimum of 15 years. We don't know how long, how much longer. It will only be once we have ones that we have ringed as a chick and we have followed through their lifespan that we can give a definitive. So right now we're purely on a minimum. 15 is the lowest number it can be, but you're right that birds do live a lot longer. We expect that if they're still breeding members of the population now that were ringed at the start. So until the project goes on, we won't know that answer. And with the minor question, so that graph of the eggs, chicks, and hatchlings, that was eggs, chicks, and fledglings. That was all together, not specifically rats or minors. So that was just the success rate. So at the start, we noticed that we lost more at egg stage. So we would lose a lot more nests when they had eggs in. And we would lose some chicks, but we wouldn't lose all that many chicks. In later years, we've started to see that we are still losing at egg stage, and now also losing more at chick stage. It is conjecture to think that maybe it could be due to the increase in the minors. We presume that the rat numbers are stable. The rats have, they've as many as there have been. It's kind of, that's the level in Prana. But the minor numbers is on the rise, which could be why maybe they're impacting more. So this year, we lost a quarter of our nest. Last breeding season, we lost a quarter of our nest to suspected rat predation, and we lost half to suspected minor predation at eggs and chicks. So we have parrot eggs that have been stabbed by a miner with a beak-shaped hole in them, and then we had chicks with multiple stab wounds all over their body where they've just been kind of beaten up and left to die in the nest. So when the rats rip the eggs open, and they also eat the chicks when they kill them. So you can see the difference. So we're seeing more of the kind of the minor attack, well, bird attacks. We can't say minors for definite, but bird attacks.
All right,
Anything
thank
else?
you.
No?
Okay. All right, thank you for that. We had one more question in the middle table. Am I correct for that? Yes. Can we please get a microphone to the middle table for one last quick question?
Hello, I'm Zoe. I'm with Nature Seychelles, and first of all, I just want to say that all of those presentations were super interesting. I've written down all your names because I think it's such an amazing thing to be able to come up and talk about these things so confidently, and I sometimes think people overlook that. Presenting is not easy, but my kind of question is mainly for Monica. I was really interested when you said you were thinking about you're getting frustrated with these minor birds. And you're talking about maybe relocating to silhouette. I was just super interested in the process of that. Do you have to kind of look around and see what factors could potentially, be difficult with relocating? Do you have to do a survey with the minor birds there, the rats there? I was just wanting to know a little bit more about that.
The silhouette talks, is that on? The talks for the translocation is still in the very early stages. We will be needing to take into account those sorts of things, but as yet, we're still just on sitting around a table discussing. I would imagine that miners in particular, they are a growing threat. So I would, that will be something that we need to take into consideration. But the case for the translocation is not just related to the miners. It is that as Prana is becoming more developed, the parrots are losing habitat, and the populations is highly vulnerable by just being on a single island. One massive storm could knock them out. So by splitting the population, having an insurance on an island far enough away that it shouldn't be impacted by the same storm or circumstances. It's a sort of safety net. So it's related to everything, not specifically to the miners. Does that cover that?
Yeah. All right, thank you very much for all the questions. If you do have any more burning questions, I do suggest that you meet with our speakers after our sessions because we are running behind schedule. Without further ado, let's have a round of applause for our speakers. And because we are short on time, we will not have a break session. We will now move to our next session with our 3 other speakers. So may we welcome to the panel table Dr. Jim Labisco, Ms. Lauren Cook, and Dr. Farka Fleischer-Dogley. All right, so our first speaker for this last session is Dr. Jim Labisco. Dr. Labisco completed his PhD on the evolutionary relationships of the Seychelles zyglosid frogs, where he also partnered with SIF Foundation to do research in Valley de Mai. Dr. Labisco, when you're ready.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't running away. I just needed to get this. I don't really know why I need this because I'm really busting to go to the loo as well, but never mind. Here we go. As are we all, I think. First of all, I'm really happy to be here and especially privileged. So, thanks to SIF and all of you for being here today. So, thank you very much. There's lots of acknowledgements. I'm not going to read all of them out, but all of these important organisations and people involved in these organisations have been instrumental in the work that we've been doing with the frogs. So very briefly, personally a long time ago in a land far, far away, pretty much at the same time that the Valley de Mai was being listed as a World Heritage Site, I invented the scientific poster when I was 10 years old. There used to be some frogs that lived down the end of my road, and I went out and caught them, and I was in the newspaper and everything, and it was great. Had this poster, big exhibition at school, and that was my scientific peak. Well, it was my scientific peak. Hopefully you'll agree with that, but yeah, that was my scientific peak. And then it wasn't until 2010 I actually started to do some more meaningful work. Not that the poster wasn't meaningful, but much more meaningful, much more especially scientific, on the frogs here in Seychelles. Coincidentally, first time I ever actually gave a proper scientific talk was on the frogs. And strangely, it wasn't too far away. It was in Unisay about 10 years ago, delivering my first ever talk to everyone. And I was slightly more nervous about delivering it than I am today. Brief little potted history about before, during frog work. So a really long time ago, in a land far, far away, at least geologically speaking, so 100 or so million years ago, world looked like this. Lots of dinosaurs knocking around. Everything was nice, but the terrestrial area was in a completely different formation, as you've seen also from some previous talks. One of the really interesting things that was happening, it's already been highlighted, the relationship between Seychelles, India and Madagascar, but the video has stopped here around about 66 million years ago. This is roughly the time that Seychelles as a microcontinent really sort of split away from Africa, from India and Madagascar. And that's when the ancestor of zyglosid frogs was still there. Another important part of that is that around that time, the Chicxulub asteroid hit the Yucatan Peninsula, so around about there, wiped out 75% of life on Earth. Of the remaining 25% was the ancestors of the zyglosids that was sitting on the Seychelles microcontinent. So they've got a really, really long and important evolutionary history. So a shorter time ago, just over there, what direction is Parrot? I've sort of lost all that way. Okay, oh, that's good because it's pointing at the screen, so excellent. So a shorter time ago, not that far away, just over there, in 2009, Daniel Jesse, who was working for SIF at the time, and I believe the visitor centre was actually being built. He spotted something out the corner of his eye, got reported in the newspaper as well, and a certain Mr. Lindsay Chong-Seng came over and identified it as a zyglosid frog. To everyone's surprise, how long had these frogs been there? Why were they there? How had they got there? They'd been there a long time. What was going on? So that sort of stimulated some initial research, which resulted in a paper by a colleague, Michelle Taylor, but also including Nancy, Lindsay, and a host of other current collaborators and past collaborators. And they identified the praline frogs as discovered in the Valley de Mai as an evolutionarily significant lineage of the zyglosids. Specifically Zyglosis seychellensis. And what Michelle and colleagues found were the frogs on praline were a bit smaller. But the sampling of these frogs as part of this work was fairly limited. So it wasn't extensive numbers of individuals that were caught and sampled from, and there was no sort of wider assessment of the population on different islands. So there were some individuals looked at from Mahe, but Seychellensis frogs on Silhouette weren't incorporated as part of the study. So that's essentially where I started to come in. So between 2011 and 2014, I was fortunate enough to be involved in this ongoing work with the frogs as part of what turned into my PhD. So the remit for that was really looking at Zeuglossus seychellensis populations, but also the other species found on Mahe and Silhouette, and expanding the sampling to cover all the populations on all the islands, and expand the sampling to look deeper into the molecular data, but also incorporate things like bioacoustics, and as we'll see shortly, ecology as well. So tools of the trade. Gardening fork, really handy, rummaging through. If anyone's come out and done some zeuglossid work, really, really handy bit of kit. Helps you rake through the litter to find the frogs. They're very small, very brown, as is the leaf litter, so they're quite difficult to find. So a really important tool to have. Another really important tool to have is one of these. I think he's sitting just down there. He's quite expensive now, so you might not be able to afford him, but he is really handy in the field, so thanks, Lindsay. It was a particularly productive day when we found about 20 frogs in the space of maybe 2 square metres. Fun times, and I remember it with great fondness, Lindsay, so thank you very much. It wasn't quite so hairy of chin back in those days. So we found lots of frogs. Lots of frogs. Do you like the frogs? Do you want to see some more frogs? Do you want to see some more frogs? Lots of frogs. So we were pretty successful in our sampling. And that enabled us to look at molecular phylogenetics, which sounds very technical, but it's really just looking at evolutionary relationships. So continuing with the work that had been done by Taylor and colleagues to try and understand a little bit more information about the frogs and their relationships. So we were able to basically cement the fact that the praline frog is evolutionarily distinct, so very distinct from Seychellensis on Mahe and Seychellensis on Silhouette. The other thing that we found was that so too were all the other island lineages of the frogs. So Thomasetti, Zeuglossus thomasetti, and Seychellophrine gardneri are both found on Mahe and both found on Silhouette. And what we found is that each island lineage of these frogs is very distinct in its own right. So yeah, we'll come on to a little bit more about that, shortly. But this is really saying that each island has its own distinct lineage. But with the praline frogs, there's a little bit more to it. So looking at ecology, praline frogs are found at lower elevations. Duh. You're all probably aware that praline is lower than Mahe and Silhouette. So yeah, of course the frogs are going to be found at lower elevations. But Seychellensis on Mahe and Seychellensis on Silhouette have the opportunity to go into these lower elevations of similar habitat that's on praline. There's similar habitat on Mahe, similar habitat on Silhouette. We don't find the frogs at these lower elevations. Occasionally you get the odd one, but we tend not to find the frogs at those lower elevations. So there's something going on there. There's some adaptation that's happening there, or they're doing something differently. So one of the other things we looked at was bioacoustics. And from the bioacoustics, we found that frogs on praline vocalise at the same time as frogs on Mahe and Silhouette. And you might think, well, okay, why is that any different? But if you're a small frog on an island which is lower and warmer, if you're behaving at the same time as frogs do on another island where they're found higher and it's cooler, it's more expensive for you physically to be carrying out that activity. So you would think that they would shift their activity to maybe being more nocturnal, say, but we don't see that in Seychellensis on praline. So it looks like they've actually adapted their behaviour to being in these warmer conditions. And those patterns are also evidence in some of the information some of the data that we can pull out from their vocal activity. So we wanted to put this in an evolutionary context. So you've already seen a bit of a phylogeny there. We know that the praline frogs are active at warmer temperatures, and what we can do is put some of that data where we found the frogs and what elevation they're found at, put that into the phylogeny, looking at their evolutionary relationships. And what we did with that was basically find that, yes, praline frogs are found in that warmer habitat. All the other frogs are found in cooler, higher elevation habitat. And from that, we can estimate essentially that the ancestral zooglossid, so the ancestral Zooglossus seychellensis, as well as the ancestral zooglossid that gave rise to Zooglossus and the other genus Seychellifrine, they had an ancestral thermal niche that was probably intermediate, so not too high, not too cool, not too low, not too warm, but a bit of a sort of Goldilocks zone where the ancestor was probably found. So earlier I said the study found that the frogs on praline were smaller. We actually found that they were both longer and that they were larger as well. So a little bit of an opposite trend, but our data collection was much more expansive, so much more data from many more individuals. What does this mean? Well, we've got all of this evidence, mitochondrial DNA, nuclear DNA, vocalizations. It's all saying that praline frogs are very different to frogs on Mahe in silhouette. We know that they're larger body size in both length and mass, and all this is telling us that they've adapted to these warmer conditions. So this paper I've highlighted at the bottom, I think this is the first time ever on the planet that a zooglossid has made a front page of a journal or anything. So front cover, good stuff. Global change biology, yay. We're basically saying, and what we're looking at really is historic adaptation to different climatic conditions. So there's a lot of potential for the frogs to be able to adapt to climate change given certain conditions. And what we've really shown here is that this is a speciation event. So we've been able to pull all of these disparate data sources together and conclude that all these different factors have driven speciation on the praline frog. So we're actually in the process now of formally describing the praline frog as a new species. It hasn't yet been named, but we're in the process of doing that at the moment. So that's work underway. Next steps include looking at a red list assessment for the zooglossids. And this is a call out, actually, if anyone wants to get involved in the IUCN SSC, so Species Survival Commission, Amphibian Specialist Group for Seychelles, please come and talk to me because we really need to get one set up. We've also got a whole load of data that we need to go through, nearly 1.4 terabytes of bioacoustic recordings in Vallon and in the surrounding national parks. So there's lots more work that can be done there. I'm going to sort of conclude now, but one of the further next steps is looking at further evidence for climatic adaptation in the frogs, and that includes more detailed analysis of some of their morphology using things like X-rays and also CT scans. Some of the initial results are telling us that praline frogs have got longer hind limbs, and again that's potentially selecting for dispersal, so they're better able to disperse than Seychellensis frogs and Mahe and silhouette. And also using CT scans. And merci beaucoup, everyone that's been involved. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jim. A slight change in the schedule because our praline team and stakeholders are leaving very soon. So just wanted to take this time to thank the praline research team, all our stakeholders for all the work that they've done throughout this whole period, for traveling afar to be with us today. We realize that you are the hands and feet of this success, and we would not have this symposium without your efforts and assistance to SIF. So now we'd like to call upon all the praline team speakers because we have a token of appreciation for you before you take your boat back to Prale. So can I please call forward Joshua, Monica, Maria, Shannon, and Terrence, please? And I'd like to ask CEO to please present them with the token of appreciation. Please come forward. Part of our Prale team. Round of applause for them again. Thank you very much. We see their commitment as they leave early from their homes and have to rush back after this symposium. So once again, we're very thankful and grateful for all their efforts towards the SIF. Now we may continue with the schedule. Dr. Jim, you're back just in time. All right, so now we can call upon our second speaker, Miss Lauren Cook. Miss Lauren Cook has a BSc in ecology, and she has spent 15 years working to conserve threatened species and ecosystems in New Zealand. She spent 3 years working for SIF and is now a terrestrial ecologist for the Regional Council back in New Zealand. Ms. Cook, when you are ready.
Okay, bonjour everyone. Thank you for still being here. It's really a shame that lots of the Prowling research team have to leave now because this presentation is really mostly for you. It's a real privilege for me to be back here in the Seychelles to report on the progress of Valley de May's Yellow Crazy Ant program. And as I'm trying to portray with this picture, it's as much about people as it is about ants. Not controlling people, but people are very important in this program. So with this presentation, I really don't want to spend much time talking about the history of yellow crazy ants and why we're doing this control program. I feel like that's been documented very well and talked about many times before. And what we really all want to know is the results, right? So very, very quickly, just a quick reminder, yellow crazy ants first appeared in the Valley de May in 2009. Using survey points around the Valley de May, their distribution and abundance was tracked over time. And you'll probably all remember when at the end of 2018, yellow crazy ants covered the whole area of the Valley de May. And pitfall trap surveys over that time also showed a pretty slow increase in their population at first, but once they did reach that 100% coverage, their numbers just skyrocketed. And alarmingly, one of the last pitfall surveys before the control program started, more than 17,000 yellow crazy ants were counted in the Valley de May alone. So by 2019, the impacts of yellow crazy ants on ecosystems and native species were very well documented worldwide, and also lots of horrible observations locally. And so there was really more than enough to warrant launching an intensive control program for yellow crazy ants that targeted all stages of their life cycle in order to be successful, and also avoided non-target impacts. And what was decided on was to start using some toxic baits with the active ingredient of fipronil, and intensive monitoring of target and non-target organisms was implemented. So, what happened next? Well, in these pictures here, in orange shows the area that's been covered by these baits. There have been 8 bait deployments so far. Firstly, they were restricted to the Valley de Mai itself, and later expanded to include parts of Fontpépère, and also like a buffer zone around the Valley de Mai. And then the last few bait deployments have been in response to where monitoring has picked up yellow crazy ant presence, rather than distributing bait across the whole site every time. But despite that, each time these are huge areas that have to be covered really, efficiently and thoroughly by bait on foot. And it really needs to be said that this is no easy task. Each time there's a bait deployment, it's a massive undertaking. The terrain is difficult, the vegetation you have to get through is difficult, and the sheer number of people needed to pull it off is amazing. So these pictures here just show some of the people that have been involved over the years with going out into the forest and actually distributing that bait, but this is really just the tip of the iceberg. Behind all of that, there's a whole lot of other people involved in different aspects. There's all this coordination and all this strategizing that have to go into each bait deployment, and I don't think there's anything else like it really that brings together so many people from not just from the Parrot research team, but also from head office and also other organisations. So it's a huge amount of effort. Another example of the amount of effort that goes into this control program is with the monitoring, of which there's several monitoring methods, as I said before, of the yellow crazy ants themselves, and also other species. And these monitoring programs, they're carried out several times a year. You could say they're tedious, repetitive, sometimes painful. Yet the Parrot research team have conducted them with regularity, in a really amazing way. So just to give you an example, to the end of last year, the team has conducted 11 surveys of mollusks and geckos, in which they've counted more than 3,400 animals. They've conducted 10 pitfall trap surveys. This is across the Valley de Mai and Fontpépère as well, all of this monitoring, in which they've counted more than 60,000 ants. And they've also conducted 12 ant activity transects, which we also call jam transects, during which the team has counted more than 125,000 ants. So the monitoring alone is no mean feat. So what does all this monitoring tell us? So for the pitfall surveys, the pitfall surveys show a very, so firstly, I'll just point out in these figures here, the orange vertical bars are, they represent each bait deployment. So in the first box of all these box plots in these figures, obviously it's before the first ever deployment of the fipronil baits. So very clearly in the Valley de Mai, there's a massive drop in yellow crazy ant numbers following the first bait deployment, and then later on in the buffer zone in Fontpépère, once the bait deployments expanded into those areas. And a similar pattern is seen with the ant activity transects or jam transects. After the first bait deployment, numbers of yellow crazy ants dropped massively in the Valley de Mai, and later in Fontpépère as well. But I think these jam transects, what it seems like they're really good for is picking up ant numbers when they're at extremely low density. Yeah, they record yellow crazy ant presence more often than the pitfall surveys do. In the buffer zone here, you can see a bit of yellow crazy ant activity occurring there, but I think it's worth pointing out that this is still a very low density of ants. These jam transects are picking up very localized incursions into the buffer zone around the Valley de Mai, and so that's really useful. That's what we want. Another thing that we can use all of this data for is to look at what other ants, not yellow crazy ants, but other species are being picked up in those pitfall surveys and the jam transects, and what's happening to them over time. So in this figure here, you can see in the Valley de Mai, with the pitfall trap surveys in blue, the numbers of other non-yellow crazy ants that show up in those pitfall trap surveys are generally pretty low, so it's quite hard to find a trend there. But with the jam transects, they show an increase in the number of other ants over time, and in Fontpépère too, the jam transects show an increase in other ants as the number of yellow crazy ants has decreased over time. Though whether this is a good or a bad thing, I guess depends on what species of other ants are actually increasing in response to the declining yellow crazy ant numbers, and you know what the diversity of those other ants is, and I haven't had time to look into that yet. Moving on to mollusk and gecko abundance, which we can determine from the mollusk and gecko surveys. As has been reported in other places, the numbers of mollusks and geckos has clearly risen over the time of this intensive ant control program. In this figure here, these bars are showing the average number of animals observed per tree in the survey, and you can see the proportion of that total number that is made up by geckos and the proportion that's made up by snails and slugs, and you can see that both groups have increased over time. And I also think what's interesting about this data is that in 2010, Chris Kaiser-Bunbury and Nancy and others did a similar survey of mollusk and gecko abundance in the Valley de Mai, where they looked at the abundance in areas of the forest that were invaded by yellow crazy ants and areas that were not invaded by yellow crazy ants. And they reported very similar figures in terms of the average number of animals per tree. In the invaded areas of the forest back then, they got a very similar figure to what we have got now of what we had at the beginning of 0.54, and then they got a very similar number in the uninvaded areas of the forest to what we're getting now. And so this may suggest that numbers of mollusks and geckos might be getting back to what they would be naturally in the absence of yellow crazy ants. And a similar trend can be seen in Fontpépère, although Fontpépère has always had since we started monitoring, much higher numbers of mollusks and geckos, and the numbers fluctuate more over time. So that's another thing that would be really good to investigate further. Yeah, so in conclusion, I think 4 years on from the implementation of this intensive yellow crazy ant control, it's very clear that in order for the native animals of the Vallée de Mai to flourish, yellow crazy ants need to be at low density. So it's very important to keep up that program. However, yeah, there's lots of work going on all around the world on yellow crazy ants control and their biology and everything like that. So I would really recommend to the team to keep an eye on new methods, new control, new information that's coming out to look for other ways that we could run this program more efficiently, because as I said, it's a huge amount of time and effort and resources. Yeah, and finally, all this monitoring that team are doing is generating masses of data that could have multiple uses if someone just had the time to look at it properly. I was only able to show you just a tiny, tiny part of that data. I didn't even look at all the methods that the team are using, or, yeah, of all the different ways that you could look at it. So, yeah, that's it from me. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Our final speaker is Dr. Farka Fleischer-Dogley, the Chief Executive Officer at the Seychelles Islands Foundation and also a trained conservation biologist. Dr. Fleischer-Dogley's PhD substantially advanced the understanding of the population management of the Coco de Mer. With over 15 years of experience in protected area management, Dr. Fleischer-Dogley has steered SIF through many of Vallée de Mai's milestones. Doctor?
Thank you very much, Koyana, and good afternoon to everyone in this room. Wow, 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 what a day. What a day. Unfortunately, our team from Parrot had to leave us, but the room is pretty full. So thank you very much, and I would want you to give yourself a big round of applause for being still here. Thank you very much. Thank you. It must have been 6 months or so ago. We did have a discussion about the science work of SIF, and the question was put into the room: does SIF do science for science sake? Wow. So I hope today is going to give us the answer to that question. And if we don't have it yet, I hope my next few slides will give us the answer. SIF science. Having been very much intrigued by the Coco de Mer, I'm going to speak first about the Coco de Mer. We listened to how long the Coco de Mer does live. The single tree, in fact, does live. So the long life history of the Coco de Mer. And this actually means that whatever we do today is going to have an impact in 50 years, in 100 years, and in 150 years to come. Now, when I started and looked at the sustainable management of the Coco de Mer, I was actually pushed because at the time in the 90s, poaching of the Coco de Mer, because of the Coco de Mer being the souvenir everyone would want to take home from Seychelles, a policy was put out by the Department of Environment at the time saying none of the Coco de Mer nuts should remain in the forest. All have to be collected because we cannot control the poaching otherwise. So to have no poaching, let's take out all the nuts. Late in the 90s, Coco de Mer kernel became the product to be traded in, the natural product of Seychelles to be traded in, because the nut trade was very much controlled, but not the trade of the kernel. Now, that led to even a bigger rise in poaching, and it was very clear that the poaching was more linked even to the kernel than to the Coco de Mer nut. So, as a result, the Seychelles Island Foundation teamed up with the Department of Environment, gave the scientific information required so that the Coco de Mer kernel could be listed on CITES Appendix 3 in October 2010 with no objections by none of the parties attending the Conference of the Parties meeting. And what does it mean? So being listed on the Appendix 3 means that any Coco de Mer kernel being exported from Seychelles to any other country in the world needs to have an export permit, needs to be documented in terms of the amount that is being traded, the trader. So it allows us for a very detailed documentation of the trade. And not only in Seychelles, but also it's being picked up in the country it's being traded to. As you know, Southeast Asia is where the kernel goes to, so we can pick up the phone and can ask anytime, what are the records? How much Coco de Mer kernel have you received? Because it needs to be declared. With this change, also IUCN, the flag was raised for IUCN, and we contributed again to the assessment of the red list status of the Coco de Mer, and because of the threat by poaching, this species was listed up from vulnerable to endangered. In 2015, and again in 2019, the Department of Environment developed a national Coco de Mer policy, and because of the information, the scientific data we had at hand, we were asked to contribute, and we could immediately contribute to all the information required to draft this policy. This policy is now in revision, and we've already contributed again to the current revision of this policy. And in 2019, the restriction on the processing, trade, and export of the unprocessed kernel of mature nut regulation was also being put into place by the Department of Environment. And again, it was SIF who was able to contribute with the data required to justify such a regulation. In principle, this regulation is saying Coco de Mer kernel should not only be traded because it's Coco de Mer kernel, but there should be an added value to the Coco de Mer kernel. Because as everybody would understand, selling a piece of timber is not going to give us the same revenue than selling a piece of furniture made with the same amount of timber. So adding value is the request of that regulation. So our science, our collaborations with scientists, for instance, like with Professor Edwards, in 2010 led to a letter of recommendation that was signed by a group of scientists led by Professor Edwards, that requested the Department of Environment to ensure that 20%, that the 20% sustainable harvesting limit is being implemented for the Coco de Mer. And SIF responded to it as managing one of the largest population, Coco de Mer populations in 2012, by setting up stewardship or regeneration scheme in the Valley de Mai as well as Font-Pépère. And who has been very attentive to the Coco de Mer population presentation will notice that the number of nuts we were able to register or have been able to register since 2012 until 2021 under this scheme are as many as there are male Coco de Mer trees in the Valley de Mai. This scheme is in revision. We've looked at the data we've been collecting there twice already. And we are extremely surprised with the high germination rate, but we are having to continue to monitor so that we can give you better data now on how many Coco de Mer do make it to an adult stage. So a long time project, obviously. 2017, a research group led by Christopher Kaiser used the results that were presented as well by Emma earlier this morning in terms of the Coco de Mer cluster and Coco de Mer being mothered by the female tree, saying that Coco de Mer nuts in the forest should not be taken from one part of the forest to another one to establish a new plantation or a new nursery, but as much as possible left to the mother tree. So we also are doing exactly that now. So whenever Coco de Mer nuts are registered into the scheme, they are left exactly there where they were found. In 2010, I think wherever you've been, whatever presentation you've listened to, and COVID, the magic word COVID came up, it always had a negative connotation. This time it's positive. So with having very little to non-tourists coming to our shores, there was little request for souvenirs. So we recognized that as a very unique opportunity and decided that this was the best time to entice our people to plant their very own Coco de Mer tree at home. So we partnered with the Department of Environment to make sure that all regulation and laws were followed, and engaged in a campaign, Planting Your Own Coco de Mer, where a total of 584 nuts were planted, the majority on Mahe, but also on Prala. So 67 trees have been planted on Prala, 10 on Silhouette, 5 on Surf, and 5 on Denise. The giant bronze gecko, endemic to the Valley de Mai. For some reason, the giant bronze gecko was also listed to be being found on Silhouette, which was not correct. So in 2016, SIF helped a research group to redefine the species distribution. So the giant bronze gecko is only found on Prala. And during that time, poaching of the giant bronze gecko became more and more apparent. We actually intercepted at the airport on Prala people trying to smuggle the giant bronze gecko, not only once. We also had reports from, again, Germany, a trade fair where actually a pair of giant bronze gecko were being sold for 4,000 euros. So this was very alarming. And with the information and the scientific data we had at hand, we assisted the Department of Environment to compile a non-detriment findings report for CITES, hoping that this would help us to list the giant bronze gecko on the CITES appendix, but CITES did not approve the listing. So simply because there was not sufficient scientific data available at the time. So they said, go back to do your homework. And what I can tell you is that in that period of time, 4% of the giant bronze gecko population was actually being poached from the wild. But despite CITES not taking on the call, the government of Seychelles in 2020 and specifically 2021 signed the Wild Animals Bronze Gecko Aluneric Species Protection Regulations, which does prohibit the killing or purchasing of all 3 bronze geckos found in Seychelles. And although you heard something else earlier on, it also lists 2 chameleon species. So all of these 5 species are protected under the law of Seychelles. And in 2021, also we contributed to the red list assessment, which listed, because of its very limited distribution, the giant bronze gecko as critically endangered. The black parrot. I'm just repeating, you heard it all already. After 5 years of research that involved genetic studies, the species could be declared as a distinct species by BirdLife International, which also led to an uplisting by IUCN, and by doing so, providing for hopefully more resources in the work that is required. And something what was not mentioned yet, for the protection of that bird, SIF secured funds from the EU, which helped us over a period of 8 years to eradicate the ringneck parakeet from Mahe. And why was that so important? Because we were fearing that the parakeet, apart from being able to occupy the habitat of the black parrot, also would transfer viral disease to the black parrot. And with more science, we actually confirmed that the ringneck parakeet was actually the host of a viral disease which could have led to the extinction of the black parrot. It was mentioned already, SIF is part of a group that is looking at the black parrot translocation, at the potential black parrot translocation to Silhouette. Again, invasive alien species, Fumi maldive, as we know it in Seychelles. We've looked at the slides, we looked at the distribution. It was only because of scientific monitoring that we were able to follow the impact of the ants. And in 2017, the Board of Trustees declared the Vallée des Mers a state of emergency for the Vallée des Mers, which helped us to secure the funding from UNESCO to be able to kickstart the control and eradication of the yellow crazy ant from the Vallée des Mers. So what's next? We've been looking at a lot of at species, and I think today is also a testimony to whenever you start science, more science is to come. So yes, you've been at a real science symposium because there are more questions than answers. So more is required. But specifically what we would like to focus on now in the time to come is at the impact of the tourists, the impact of our visitors to the Vallée des Mers. The Vallée des Mers is the most visited natural site in Seychelles, and with over 111,000 visitors in 2018, which is the year we are benchmarking ourselves currently. We had times and days where over 550 tourists are visiting the Vallée des Mers, which means that we really have to look at where are these people going? Can everybody be on the same trail, or should at times trails be enclosed? So that is what is going to be ahead of us. So going back to the question, science for science sake, the SIF research and science in the Vallée des Mers has been a game changer, not only for the Vallée des Mers, but on a national level. And that's exactly where I want to leave it. I would like to thank everybody for being here today and listening to a fantastic team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you to all three speakers for an excellent presentations. We now move for questions, but because of time, we are opening the floor for only 3 questions. So as earlier, if you have a question, please raise your hand and the ushers will bring a microphone to your table. Classic. Can we have a microphone to Dr. Chong Seng's table? Thank you.
Okay, according to Seychelles folklore, if you plant a Coco de Mer, you can tell whether it's going to be a male tree or a female tree just by the shape. Since SIF is already doing that, I'm just wondering whether you can tweak your approach by just taking a picture of every seed that you give out or you sell to the public for, so that in 20 or so years we can see whether this is absolute rubbish or there's some scientific evidence.
As part of my PhD work, I took pictures of probably 100 nuts, and they're all numbered. They're part of the regeneration scheme, so that can be looked back at later.
All right. Questioned and answered. Do we have any other questions in the room? Yes, Professor Edwards.
Well, I'd like to ask a question about the yellow crazy ant. And I think it's been such a success. I remember in 2018 we were so worried, and then they said, well, you put out these little traps, and I thought, ants? Really? I can't believe that it'll be successful. And I was completely wrong, and it is astonishing how the numbers have declined. But my question is, what does the future hold? I mean, are we now on a sort of permanent treadmill to monitor and to some extent control the ants? And is there anything else that can be done to reduce the labor of keeping it ant-free?
So when we started to look only at the Vallée des Mers. We then included a buffer zone, so it became even more work for everybody involved. But one slide of Lorraine was actually showing very well that we are looking at exactly at that. How can we be as effective by reducing the control that is required? So we are looking now at reducing the area, but having like a ring more around the Vallée des Mers as a buffer. And again, we have to count and keep counting for us to know how successful this is going to be. So to answer your question, for the time being, we'll have to continue, but we are looking at it, how much effective we can do so every time. Before every baiting, all the data of the jamming are being analyzed to say, this time we don't have to go for all of the valley, but rather round and do the boundary only. So we are using the results like in time for us to make decisions and to reduce what is required. There's a question by the team also about the chemicals, because we are still using the same chemical, whether there might be some resistant at one point in time. So we have to keep going, and I think Lorraine also rightly said so. We will need to follow what is happening on the international scene and whether there are other possible technologies that can be employed so that we don't have to do it as labor intensive as it is now.
Okay, thank you. One last question to the table in the front.
Okay, thank you. A fascinating presentation, Doctor. Just a question. Pardon my technical ignorance a little bit. But in terms of, Coco de Mer, is there in terms of regulation, or maybe it doesn't sit, with environment, maybe it sits with trade or elsewhere. But I just wanted to know basically, as far as biodiversity is concerned, so be it Coco de Mer that is elsewhere, either, as you mentioned earlier, traded or gifted or whatever it is. But do we still have, control is not a nice word, and for the want of a better word, but do we still have certain, as far as the biodiversity, the genetics, all that aspect of it. So if one day a laboratory somewhere where there is Coco de Mer is so advanced that it discovers that there's a cure for cancer or something like that, will we be able to, I wouldn't say capitalize on that, but is it still ours in that sense? So, thank you.
That's a very good question. In fact, the Convention on Biological Diversity is driving home the point that the country that has been looking after its resources should actually also be involved in whenever any properties would be found for medical cure that therefore generate income, that this income goes back not simply for the country but to protect the species. So that is on an international level. And in Seychelles, what we did fairly early on is then whenever somebody would purchase a Coco de Mer that would be viable, which means it could grow in any other place, the material transfer agreement, as it is called, was signed, which is sort of signing off any rights, and also signing that whenever any medical properties would be found, that this needs to be declared and that further negotiations need to happen. So that is where it is, but obviously one can come back and say in Sri Lanka, in the Botanical Garden, I've seen the avenue. In Singapore, there are Coco de Mer growing. Florida, so there are many places where the Coco de Mer is growing, but these are single specimens, so they wouldn't really lend themselves sufficiently into this kind of exploitation. So anyone would need to come back to Seychelles and make official agreements if it would come to that such point, which also means that the conservation work for the Coco de Mer then should be benefit from that.
All right, thank you. Because of time, if you have any other questions, we'll be having a gathering right after. So if you have any questions for our speakers, you might ask them after the session. Without further ado, I'd like to say thank you to our speakers. A round of applause for them. We have reached the end of our presentations, and I would like to call here the chairman of the SIF board, Honorable Bernard Georges, for his concluding remarks.
Thank you all very much, and thank you for a really wow day. You're absolutely right, Dr. Fleischer-Dogley. This has really been a wow day. You know, I wanted to be a botanist, believe it or not. That was my chosen pathway. And at the age of about 14 or 15 in a biology lesson at school, we were studying the cockroach. And into the lesson, I heard the teacher mention animals. And I said, well, hang on a minute. Is the cockroach an animal? And he looked at me as if I'd just come down from Mars. And he said, well, I wouldn't call it a plant, would you? And that's when, at the age of 15, I realized that botany perhaps was not where I should be going. If I hadn't by then worked out that, broadly speaking, the biological world was made up of plants and animals, perhaps I should go somewhere else. And I went to law and politics instead, which is why I feel a bit of a cheat today, standing here and making these concluding remarks after what has been a most amazing day, where I think we all agree we learned an awful lot. And in fact, this is what makes chairing the SIF such a wonderful thing. I hadn't planned to be the chairman of the SIF. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I was going to be asked to chair such a wonderful institution. But here I am, giving you some concluding remarks this afternoon. And I'd like to, first of all, thank all the speakers who have, each one of you, been absolutely outstanding. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? You know, you come to these places, or at least I come to these places, totally devoid of any scientific knowledge. I mean, I know what a Coco de Mer looks like, and I knew a few things about it, and I know it comes from the Valley de Mai, and so does the black parrot. But the incredible thing, and I think the one thing that we take away today, is that the Valley de Mai is really not just a tourism trap. It's not just a place for tourists to come and visit, which is what we think of when we think of the Valley de Mai, where there are just two iconic species, you know, the Coco de Mer and the black parrot. But that, in fact, there is so much more to it. In fact, we've learned today about frogs and chameleons and you know, the myriad other organisms that live in that wonderful 19.5 acres of land on one of our islands. And I think this is the joy of living in Seychelles. This is the joy of having so many wonderful people engaged in science, but also in the management of such a wonderful place, which is the Valley de Mai. And as well as thanking all of the speakers today, I would also like us to give a round of applause to everybody who has been involved in running and managing the Valley de Mai over all those years, many of whom were here with us today, some of whom are standing by the door waiting for their lift back to Pralin or wherever. Can we have a round of applause to thank them, please? And the next thing that I'd like to say this afternoon is how wonderful it is to see so many young people interested and involved in the Valley de Mai. Both here, there were school children with us earlier, but also on screen. So many engaged people, and I think this is where the future, not only of the SIF, not only of the Valley de Mai, but of Seychelles, and dare I say it, of the conservation world lies, because those young people who are engaged today and who will become engaged and who will be able to tell by the age of 14 or 15 a difference between a plant and an animal are the future of our country and of our world. And I think if this symposium has done one thing today, it's done many things, but if it's done one thing, it is to have engaged so many people on so many levels about such a wonderful institution, or such a wonderful institution which is the SIF, and such a wonderful reserve which is the Valley de Mai. You know, the Valley de Mai has all the time played second fiddle to Aldabra in the minds of people. Whenever you think of the SIF, let's face it, you think Aldabra. Big atoll, miles away, so few people visit it. The Galapagos of the Indian Ocean, all of those wonderful attributes. The Valley de Mai is great, yeah, but it's there. It's a small thing. It's got the black parrot, fine. It's got the Coco de Mer, but Aldabra is really the jewel in the crown. No longer, no longer. Today, I think, has shown us that Aldabra and the Valley de Mai can stand shoulder to shoulder in the emporium that is the Seychelles Islands Foundation. And I think if this symposium has succeeded on another level, it is to bring home to everybody who were here, everybody listening virtually, and those people who will follow us on the news and in the days to come and who will read about this symposium, that the Vallée de Mai is no longer the poor cousin of Aldabra, but it is as iconic a site as the atoll of Aldabra is. And for that, I would like to thank all the presenters today, because they have served to bring this point absolutely home to all of us. And I am so pleased that after it has been in the doldrums for so long, after it has played second fiddle to Aldabra, the Vallée de Mai can today justifiably raise its head proudly and say, we are half, or at least now a third, with Fonfay et Zinan, of the Seychelles Islands Foundation. And with Aldabra, the Vallée de Mai can stand shoulder to shoulder. But that's not all. All is not good. As we have heard, there are threats to the Vallée de Mai, and we must always be conscious of those threats. If we've eliminated, or looks like we're on the path to eliminate the yellow crazy ants, and if we are well on the way to eliminating some vegetative, botanical invasive species, there are other threats that remain. And as we heard from one of our early presenters, in fact, the very first presenter, fire remains one of the major hazards that the Vallée de Mai faces, and which it always will face. We know from what we've been told today and from our own observations that Curieuses, for instance, which would have been at one point as rich and as biodiverse as the Vallée de Mai is today, but a very poor reflection of what it once was. And a lot of pralin, the Ile de Palme of 250, 300 years ago, is today, except for some small patches of which the Vallée de Mai is one, a fairly barren island. And you can imagine the threat to the Vallée de Mai that a catastrophic fire could bring. So as we leave here today, I would like us to think about not only the wonderful things that we have heard, although they have really been richly rewarding and absolutely wonderful, but also of the possible threats that always will remain with us, so that as we reflect on a day well spent and a symposium well received, we will continue to balance those two things in our minds and in our daily lives. The threat on one side, but the absolute scientific wonder and botanical marvel and biological marvel that is the Vallée de Mai. So everyone, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, on behalf of the management of the SIF, and on behalf of a grateful nation, I would like to extend our deep appreciation to all of you who have come here today, all of you who worked tirelessly at the Vallée de Mai, all of the presenters, and everybody who directly or indirectly helped to make the Vallée de Mai such a treasure that we're so proud to have. Thank you all. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, CEO, for having organized this with your team. Thank you, everyone. I go away absolutely happy, and I hope you do too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable George, for your kind words and great reflections. So we are reaching the end of the 40th UNESCO Anniversary Celebration Research Symposium. But before we close, we would like to extend our appreciation to all our partners and individuals who have made the day a success. Thanks are extended to all of our sponsors, Savoy Seychelles, 7 Degrees South, Mason's Travels, Cable and Wireless, and CEM Enterprise. A special thanks is needed for the Research Symposium Committee, who have made extra efforts to ensure that the symposium is a success, as it was today. The Seychelles Islands Foundation is particularly grateful to all of the speakers, the ones who traveled from afar, as well as our local and online speakers. Without your work and research by you and your colleagues, we would not be able to celebrate such a symposium, and none of us would be here today. Thank you for your contributions, your findings and information, and sharing your experience with us today. So I would like to invite all the remaining speakers to come forward as we take a group photo and present you with a token of our appreciation. Dr. Constance, Professor Edwards, Dr. Emma Morgan, Dr. Jim Labisco, and Ms. Lauren Cook. Dr. Dokle, can you help with the presentation? Thank you. Another round of applause for all of our speakers. Finally, thank you very much. Thank you to every single individual who has stayed with us till this point on. It is very, very much appreciated. They have left us, but I will still mention a very special thanks to the Parrot community and representatives of all the stakeholders. Let's have another round of applause for every single individual who have partnered with us today. All right, we have reached the end. We now welcome you to the lounge area to have a final view of our exhibition, to view our 40th anniversary merchandise, to share a cup of tea, and also discuss the latest findings of research that we presented today. Thank you very much.